This is the world of gaming. What began as a speck of pixel has been constantly evolving. The world of gaming was born from Pong to Pac-Man.
You're watching the most exciting game you will ever see on your TV set.
It started as a flicker, growing brighter with every advance.
What makes video games so popular?
It may be the most addictive toy in history.
It was an evolution that sparked curiosity and concern.
In fact, some of the things that doctors are starting to see are Space Invaders elbow.
Officials say they are responding to complaints from parents that children have skipped school or stolen money to play the games and made a nuisance of themselves.
But the gamers, they pressed on.
Up tonight, Nintendo's GameCube system is about to hit the stores.
Like the Xbox, it is truly the future of video games.
Through new consoles and realms, the flame ignited by the gamers in the 90s and 2000s burned brightly across 1.5 billion screens.
PC gaming is thriving and growing.
The gamer redefined what it means to be an athlete. The gamer redefined culture.
These are a lot of people sitting there watching other people playing video games.
The gamer redefined how high the stakes are. The new digital age saw 2.8 billion gamers rise up worldwide. This is an industry worth over $380 billion and now transforming into something beyond imagination. A reality redefined by technology. And so we arrive here, the precipice of the new era. A world woven with potential, ready to be explored. Welcome to Next World. Possibility redefined.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Next World Forum. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, and of course, gamers.
So this is my lovely co-host, Georgia Tolley, and my name is Lucy Hedges, and it is our pleasure to not only be back here on the Next World Forum stage, but of course to offer a huge, huge welcome to our speakers and to our guests, and to, of course, welcome you to the next world. So we're here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, broadcasting to the rest of the planet. We couldn't keep this to ourselves. We're sharing with everybody. And I can tell you now that the center of gaming for the next 2 days will be right here in this vicinity as we welcome a veritable who's who of the gaming and esports world. So I'm just going to draw up a few names, get you a bit excited. So we've got professional footballer Gareth Bale, film director and producer Michael Bay, and entrepreneur Gary Vee.
Yeah, not to mention Min Lang Tan, the CEO, of course, of Razer. We've got Kevin Lin, the co-founder of Twitch, and Danny Tang, of course, the co-founder of VSPO. And there is so much more to look forward to here at this Next World Forum, not just here on the main stage, although it's going to be fun up here as well. We want to make sure that, for example, around the outskirts of this space, make sure you don't miss spaces like the hologram room, the AI Oasis.
Yes.
You've got to check out the Avatar engine. Lucy and I have already been trying out whether we can create our likeness in the metaverse.
It's definitely worth checking out.
It is worth checking out. I think I look better in the metaverse than in real life, to be honest. And also, you won't want to miss the Plexus Pavilion. That's one of the side stages. And the difference with that space is that unlike here, where I'm afraid we get to ask all the questions, at the Plexus Pavilion, you will have the opportunity to ask really big-hitting creators the questions that you want to ask them. Now, if you want to book a space in the Plexus Pavilion, you're going to need to download the Next World app, but we will have more on that in the next few minutes.
Yes, we've got lots of exciting things going on. I've got to say, we are deeply grateful that so many distinguished experts have flown in from every corner of the world to be here in Riyadh with us for the next 2 days. But before we kick things off, it is my great pleasure to welcome on stage our keynote speaker of the day, Omar Bataji, the Program Director of Next World Forum. Omar, the stage is yours.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, industry pioneers, changemakers, and gamers from across the globe. As I stand before you, I am overwhelmed with pride as we mark the inauguration of the second edition of the Next World Forum. This forum represents more than just an event. This forum is our collective voice, our unified commitment, and the echoing heartbeat of a surging gaming and esports movement. Over the next 2 days, we will dive into discussions, and it is essential to remember that we are not merely discussing video games. What we discuss today will lay the foundations and framework for many years to come for the sector. We are speaking about a phenomenon that has transcended its boundaries, a universe that no longer remains confined to screens, but has imprinted its influence on multiple facets of our world. Its influence has weaved through politics, tourism, and culture and has become the essence of our daily lives. When we think of gaming today, we are reminded of the power it holds, the connections it fosters, and the opportunities it brings. The realms of virtual and reality have merged in ways we could have only dreamt of a decade ago. And as these worlds intermingle, it creates a ripple effect that touches not just gamers, but every single one of us, challenging our perceptions and reshaping our future. In Saudi Arabia, our efforts have always revolved around one singular vision: to develop a sustainable gaming and esports ecosystem that uplifts youth, instills pride, and positions Saudi Arabia as a luminaire in this domain. The landmark Gamers 8 Gaming and Esports Festival, which has been celebrated as the world's largest, underscores this commitment. It is a testament to our dedication, a celebration of our achievements, and an invitation for the world to experience our passion. Now, as we embark in these 2 days filled with activations, bilateral meetings, and groundbreaking discussions, we invite you to approach every conversation, every panel, and every moment with a sense of opportunity. The journey ahead promises to be as thrilling as the most intense video game we have ever played. Let's seize this moment. Come together, not just to play, but to dream, to innovate, and to collaborate. Together, we have the chance to shape a brighter, more exhilarating future for gaming and esports and drive our beloved sector towards new horizons. Thank you, and welcome to Next World.
Omar, thank you so much for such inspiring words. And you know, it is impossible to ignore the influence of gaming. It's kind of infiltrating so many facets of our lives. It really is such an exciting time. So thank you for kicking things off nicely. And before we actually kick things off with our first panel, I cannot move on without mentioning our sponsors. So I'd like to thank the sponsors of Next World Forum who have helped make this event possible. And they are Neom, Savvy Group, Kadia, and STC. And just so you know, Kadia and STC have got special booths just outside the main stage area. So make sure you go and say hello, come pop over, and do get to know them better. I'm sure they'll appreciate everyone coming to visit them. So now let's take a look at what we've got to look forward to.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to. I mean, you've been name dropping since we started.
Yeah, I've name dropped. You know, I've got to whet everyone's appetite, get them a bit excited. So we've name dropped a few people already who'll be taking to the Next World Forum stage. But we've also got more than a dozen fascinating and truly insightful panel discussions, several keynote speeches, and coming up this afternoon, a mysterious special segment. So make sure you stick around for that. I promise all will become clear later.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I really do urge you to download that Next World Forum app. It's got lists of all the speakers, all the panels, plus you can book meeting rooms if you're looking to do a little bit of networking on the side, and of course those all-important places at the Plexus Pavilion, where you can have an effective one-to-one with some of the huge stars that we're hosting here at Next World Forum. Now, if you do need them, just a little bit of housework here. If you need a translation device, you can just pick them up around the corners of the room. So we've got the translation in every language. But we are now about to move into our next phase. You can see that's the hint. That's a little bit of a hint there of what's going to be kicking off in the next few minutes. Minutes.
Yes, good luck and enjoy the panel, everybody.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, because our very first panel of the day is all about those acquisitions. Now, we have seen some extraordinary buyouts over the last decade or so, where you've got these big companies like Microsoft, like Hollywood Studios, or Sony as well, of course, all taking their chunk of the pie, all buying these extraordinarily successful games studios. But of course, there are question marks as to whether or not this is a good idea for the industry. Thank you, gentlemen. Do take a seat. Could it lead to weaker competition in the long term? Could it lead to inferior games in the long term? Something, of course, none of us want. Well, let's find out with this superstar lineup of eminent guests that I am delighted to say have just joined me on the stage. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. Let me do a quick introduction. So first of all, I have Kun Kao, who is the co-founder and COO of GGWP, of course, the first AI-powered game moderation platform. Plus, he's the founder and former CEO of Crunchyroll, the world's largest destination for anime games. An esports grandmaster, Jens Hilgers, is the founding general partner of Bitcraft Ventures. They're, of course, a global investment platform. They currently have 140 startups in their portfolio. Now, when I started working on this, there were 100. So you get a sense of how fast Jens' company is growing there. David Higley also joining us here, Managing Director of the financial advisory company Lazard, obviously a really big name. He is head of their Global Interactive Media and Technologies Group, also head of their LA office. He's come a long way. It's great to have you here in the kingdom. Thank you, sir. And also Q Lee, who is president of Com2Us. They're a public company now on the Kosdaq market. They're one of the few games publishers that still excels since pioneering the space all the way back in 1998, and that is a long time in the gaming industry. Also worth mentioning that he's the partner in the investment company Crit Ventures, so he now certainly has skin in the game as well. Now, obviously, I mentioned that this is a conversation about big acquisitions. You can see it on the sign up there. You know where we're going with this. David, I'm actually going to start with you to lay the groundwork for this conversation. How have these recent acquisitions that we've seen, these big bucks acquisitions in the gaming industry, actually impacted on market competition and the diversity of the games offerings that we've seen, in your view?
Yeah, in my view, the competition around this hasn't really changed. I think it's the regulation that we're seeing is really indicative of how important this sector has become. And so what's happening is regulatory agencies, 20 years ago, this was very much a niche industry. Now it's a core part of media. It's the largest category, the biggest growth. And so there's just a lot of attention to how things are evolving and what are the long-term impacts. I think personally, I don't think the acquisitions and the consolidation we're seeing is stifling innovation at all. I think if anything, it's like a golden era for content creators right now. There's more capital, there's more attention, there's bigger audiences than we've ever seen, and I've been doing this for over 20 years.
That's a very positive opening, which we like here at Next World Forum. We don't want to hear about creativity being stifled. Now, Koen, I'm going to come to you because obviously your company was indeed bought out by Sony. I'm just checking my notes here. I want to make sure that I get that right. But that was a huge buyout. That was a big impact for the market. Obviously, you've been through this experience. Did you feel, and I dare you to say you did, but you won't, did you feel that there was any sort of stifling of creative freedom? Did that buyout have any impact on your very creative industry?
Yeah, so my perspective is more from the operator side. And I think when you start building a business, you want to make it as big as possible. And in our space, we want it to be the biggest streaming platform for anime. And every day we told ourselves, you know what, we're going to crush the competition. We're going to take over. We're going to be, like number one. Like we want to take over the entire market. But obviously, once you get there, you realize that it definitely becomes more challenging to be more creative, because a lot of times you can lean on better monetization. You can lean on increasing average revenue per user instead of saying, you know what, I'd rather invest more money into more content and then wait a couple of years because that's an unsure bet. And maybe we should just dial up an extra $1 per user. So I think it becomes more difficult, especially when you're in a bigger company, to think about making those forward investments long term.
I'm interested to know whether, when Sony came in, and obviously they've got really deep wallets, whether or not in some ways that gave you greater freedom because you had more access to resources, more access to expertise and technological advances.
Yeah, so I think a lot of times on paper, you think about it as 1 + 1 = 3, and you think about, well, with the assets we have, with the audience, and with the more capabilities in the in the acquirer, there's definitely going to be like an amplification moment. It really comes down to the brass taxes there, and I think at least Sony has done an incredible job with Crunchyroll in terms of investing, but I've definitely seen it go the other way as well, when at some point the stakeholder or the business owner says, you know what, maybe it's a little bit easier to dial up extra ARPU per user and get the immediate benefit now versus investing and waiting a couple of years for content to be created and to show up on the platform.
It sounds like Crunchyroll had a very positive experience. Jens, I imagine that's something that you would hope for the startups that you have invested in, once they expand to that level. I just wonder whether you could give your insights on what steps should be introduced, what steps should be taken to ensure that companies that are buying game studios protect their sort of unique creative process and preserve that artistic vision.
That's probably a bit hard for me to answer well, since like when a company gets acquired, just like Crunchyroll did, like we typically don't follow much anymore, because that's the point where we as venture capitalists would also like basically liquidate our position in a positive sense if we were an investor in Crunchyroll, but we certainly hope that the next company Koen builds will be equally successful. But it's probably not the area where we spend most time in to be concerned about. I think what we want to do if companies reach a certain level of maturity is to try to provide guidance of what is the next steps that you could potentially take when you have like started to get at a point where you generate maybe 8-9 figures in revenue a year, when your product looks like it's holding a significant position in the market and is well introduced, just like where Crunchyroll was. What options do you have as a startup on where to go from here? And the options that are probably at your disposal is, you could think about like M&A at that point in time. Like, are you willing to join another major corporate and like be assumed into that organization for further growth, which likely comes with the downside of a bit less of autonomy for management and founders. It might come with the upside of strategic synergy. It might come with less financial constraints potentially. But it's a very distinctive choice, which ultimately is probably the biggest reflection of I'm ending my journey as an entrepreneur, yeah, with an M&A deal. It certainly is. It changes the mindset of the people that founded that company. What's the second path? The second path might be an IPO. It leaves you in control of your company while you have a stronger and more pronounced responsibility to report to your fiduciaries, which are your public shareholders. And it comes with those constraints. It comes with more transparency requirements, like less flexibility on like just pivoting around, which at that point in time in your maturity on the company is probably not that relevant anymore. But like that's the second path. The third path that we're fortunately seeing coming together now in the game space as well, you might lean into private equity firms that have, in particular in the last years, and continue to like find more exposure as we speak and going forward, like look at games company and the games segment, have identified it as a large industry, as you have mentioned before, and are deploying significant capital to find mature companies, join them on a ride to potentially later IPO or look at a larger M&A deal of the kind that you advise. So it's a new form, it's a new type of capital and a new like kind of institutional investors that becomes available to mature companies in the game space that wasn't available before. So between these options that you look at, there's quite a lot of choices, and I think it is a tribute to the continued development and growth of the games industry, and it's exciting to see.
It's very exciting to see that texture coming into the marketplace. You know, it shows a real maturity in how gaming is developing, you know, not just in the United States, but also Asia. And hopefully that's exactly what's going to be happening right here in the Middle East in the coming years. Now, I'm going to turn my attention to Asia again for the next few minutes, Q, because it's lovely to have you join us on the panel as well. And you have a unique perspective on this because obviously your company went public. But then, of course, you're also an investor in startups.
Yes.
So what's your perception on this subject?
Yes, so we're a public company in South Korea. We grew with the mobile gaming market. We were doing mobile phone games with the carriers back in the days. And when the App Store came around, that's when our company went public. We were actually a combination of two public companies. So one was called Gameville, and another was Come to Us. We were both founded in 1998 and 2000, one of the very earliest mobile game companies in the world. And the synergies that we saw between each other is like, instead of competing with each other in our local market, why don't we combine forces and then do something greater in the global stage? And I think it came to a very successful result. And the original founder of Come to Us, who we really greatly admire, as she unfortunately left, but a lot of the core members and the key producers of Come to Us are still with us. And I think it has to do with how we integrated. I think acquiring a company is very important, but also how you leverage from there is much more important. And we had to do this over a very long period of time. So now it's been, how many years has it been? About 10 years since we did the acquisition, and because of the learnings that we learned from there. And now we're actually, after that happened, because of the success that we had with our games, we've been actually acquiring much more companies. Now we have 5 public companies in South Korea, and we're not only doing gaming, but we're also deep in the media space doing TV, film, animation, and webtoon, because we see similar types of opportunities happening in the future. And like all of these acquisitions that are happening in this space is extremely exciting, and I think it shows how much interest there is in the gaming space, how valuable the IPs are that the gaming companies are creating. Like the #1 movie and TV films in the industry are actually gaming IPs now. So I think it's a fascinating time for the gaming industry right now.
It's hugely exciting. What's interesting is that you're describing there a consolidation in many ways, a slight narrowing at the top. Would you suggest that those companies within the umbrella are all still able to have their own identity?
Yes, so I think everything takes time. So I think like for Gameville and Come to Us to come together and bring really good results. It took like about 10 years. And all of these TV and film companies that we've recently acquired, they're all operating on their own. You know, they're working towards their own goals, but we're not creating IPs together. But eventually, I think everybody hates the word transmedia, but I think that is the direction that we are going to go. And I think there's going to be significant leverage. If there was leverage among the platforms before and the global distribution, I think the next leverage is going to be across the different media forms that will happen. And I think Microsoft's move into the space, I think it's also a catch-up into the mobile space, which they really weren't able to capture. And with all of these new devices coming out, and with all of these new media formats coming out, I think there's going to be significant more opportunities to all of these assets.
David, music to your ears, I can imagine, and Jens as well. But David, I mean, it sounds ridiculous that I'm asking you this in some ways, because the last thing you're going to ask for is more regulatory bodies and more regulation. But if we are going to see this transmedia consolidation, what type of instruments need to be in place to ensure that the industry is protected, that diversity is protected, that the consumer is protected?
Yeah, well, if you look at the video game sector, I think there's only one company, Tencent, that has 10% of over 10% of the market. Whereas if you look at traditional media, I think it's the top 6 media companies in film each have over 10% of the market. So there really is this perception that, like let's use the Microsoft Activision combination, right? The acquisition of Activision by Microsoft, that's somehow going to create an anti-competitive environment. The reality is they're still a small player relative to the market, and I think that's something that, again, I think what's representative is this is so important, this sector, that people are really paying attention. But I think you're seeing the regulatory scrutiny is just, it's not holding up right now. And in the end, when we do on the M&A side, and again, 20 years of doing this, creative independence is critical. I mean, in the end, people are making games to entertain and delight consumers. And if they can do that, and if they're in an environment where they can do that, they'll be successful. When Sony bought Bungie is a good example. Creative independence was just kind of a core tenet to Bungie, and that is kind of the magic you need in this industry. And so for buyers looking at that, that's giving some level of creative autonomy is really important. But I do think if we look at the mobile market, which is right now it's 1% of the companies generate 90% of the revenues. I mean, it's so staggering on that. But it's access right now. You can get product to consumers in a way now today that you just couldn't 20 years ago. So I would argue right now there's more opportunity, not less. And regulatory scrutiny makes sense just because of the scale, but I don't think it's holding up.
I maybe wanted to get back to that point that you made before, like on creative freedom and what probably gets lost in these acquisitions. I think the aspect that might be neglected sometimes is cultural alignment with the acquirer. I think sort of most certainly, and what you can expect getting acquired by a major corporate and or industry conglomerate, is that you will have to assume that you get subordinated to a global strategy for that company, which is in place. And at some point in times, there's little even leadership of that company can do about that, as they might oftentimes be public as well. Yet, cultural alignment is ever more important, in particular, I believe, in the games industry, as we manage creativity. Like building, an e-commerce platform has little of creative to it. Managing creative is sometimes an unpredictable process, and it is so much more important that you're culturally aligned on how you built and what you built. And so sometimes we might see examples of where, from a gamer perspective, which I still am, fortunately, it hurts a bit of what you see in the industry, right? Like what was hurtful for me is what I see what became out of Blizzard. It is still an amazing company, but it is a company that has so much in the games industry been defining itself as like, we do something, we don't talk about it, and it's done when it's done. That is a very specific culture of like brutally creative first, trust in your talent that they get the job done, give them the creative freedom, and the outcomes of what Blizzard has been doing, what Mike Morhaime and his team have been putting together, was some of the most industry-defining games that the planet has seen, and has brought the games industry forward. Now, would we all believe that like the culture fit, if we look at it today, between Activision and Blizzard was great? Did it lead to a greater result for the gamers of like these companies getting together and now potentially as a bundle going to Microsoft? I think that's hard to answer with yes. Yeah, that would be my take. And here is the point where I'm saying it is so great for startups in their journey to get to know the companies that they might be getting together with and embed with for the long term early enough to make sure that there is alignment in leadership, alignment in passion, alignment in culture, so that like even in difficult times, there's an additional element that glues you together on how you can like work as part of a bigger organization.
I would definitely echo that. I think in terms of cultural alignment, one of the most important things, if you were to explore acquisition and look at where you would want to be, it's really finding that leadership, that individual who is driving that at the acquirer, and does that person align with you and what you're, because ultimately you're reporting up to someone, and you both need to really see eye to eye. And honestly, this is true even outside of acquisition. This is true at the investor level. For example, Jens is an investor in my current company, GGWP, which uses AI to detect toxicity. He's been amazing. But when it comes to acquisitions, you absolutely have to make sure that there is leadership alignment with the person that you are reporting to.
Yes, to add to that, the threat that you have with major corporates is sometimes that people just leave and change, right? So I think, yes, you obviously need to build that alignment, but go beyond just that one person and like make sure, do I find the same level of cultural alignment behind that? Or if that person is gone, like I'm doomed, right? Like what I'm doing in the firm is like ultimately becoming like something that will potentially become frustrating if my biggest evangelist, my protagonist, is leaving. Which hopefully at Bitcraft that's not the case because we're all awesome. But like
I think, I totally agree with you guys. I think video game industry is very unique when it comes to acquisition. What are you acquiring? You're actually acquiring talent, and talent has to be taken care of. Talent has to have same vision. So besides talent, I think the only thing left is IP. Like unless you want to destroy the whole team and just own the IP, I think you really have to take care of the team.
David, that's why I'd like to talk to you about the protection of IP, because obviously when you've got a startup or even if they're in the middle stage of their career progression or their company progression, if someone comes along and offers them a massive check, then, like you said, everyone wants to become as big as they possibly can. But is there the regulatory body, are there laws in place, obviously from your point of view in the United States, that protects that IP? And are they replicated elsewhere around the world?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about, IP is a big driver for a lot of M&A. And if you look at kind of valuation differences, it's owned IP or controlled IP generally is at the higher end of the food chain than, someone licensing IP or something. But ultimately, the buyer makes a decision. So if you look at Grand Theft Auto, it's very edgy in content. Would a Disney want to be associated with that? And I'm not speaking for Disney, but that's a decision they would make. And I do think there are, going back to the cultural fit and kind of the bigger picture, I think those are always accounted for. But IP is going to be important, and I think transmedia, which we are using again now, it is that application of an IP can be brought across not just games, but in film and television and just current culture.
It's very interesting to hear about the startups and the sheer number of startups in this gaming sector, and I find it amazing to think of these people maybe traditionally, you know, they're working out their garages and coming up with clever ideas and clever creative sort of structures. Jens, I'd love to hear a little bit more about those people. You know, how do these young creatives feel, and are they ultimately looking to be bought out? You know, is that where they want their journeys to take them?
Yeah. So first off, I would wish that there's more starting out of their garage. Like that is unfortunately a bit of a romantic thought nowadays, because everybody first needs a seed check before he gets started. I think, as it relates to this discussion, if we take a helicopter view and look at the last 10, 20 years in investment going into video games, companies, may that be IP and studios, might that be platforms in this space or new technology that's get created to like elevate this space at large by new startups. The last 5, 6, 7 years have been a time where investment firms such as Bitcraft have come to the market and provided a new source of capital for entrepreneurs that want to build in this space. A new form of capital, since firms such as Bitcraft have dedicated their work solely to the interactive media and gaming space. There was not really a lot of like institutional capital available before that would come with a dedication and a focus on just that industry to begin with. It would be generalist investors often, and most of the times that would make 2 or 3 games investments a year potentially. And they would do that when there's an potentially interesting and transformational moment in time, which is like the rise of social games, the rise of mobile games, or similar events. Yeah? Now, firms such as Bitcraft, and there's like multiple larger firms of our caliber now out there globally, have, I think, inspired a new level of trust and confidence with talent that has entrepreneurial desire and drive in larger companies to dare to go out and build a new studio. We have in particular seen in the years 2020, 21, I would say, probably around like when COVID hit us all, that the level of talent that goes out to build new game studios is at a level where we have not seen it before, and it's at a scale where we have not seen before. And I believe that is because just this new availability of dedicated capital in the space, paired with hopefully great competency that you get with your partner in the space that truly understands what you're doing, what you're in, what this industry looks like, and can provide you additional support, that wasn't around before. And so when we got started, 2017, 18, 19, I think when we started doing our first investments, and others started like as well, it was a lot of the talent in bigger companies that saw, actually, my friend got funding from these guys, and he's like actually building really cool stuff now, and it seems like there's like capital available for people like me, capital available for people that want to build a new game and that dare to go out there. And I think it's inspired and informed people to like dare. It has, I think, set in motion a larger talent turnover. Yeah? Like you can look at it a bit like that people with greater ambition, games builders with greater ambition, at some points in time might feel confined in a certain larger like corporate or environment, and they just want to do what they're really passionate about. Like, I'm thinking I really want to build this racing game or whatever, but I can't do it here. Yeah? And I want to build it myself. I want to have more upside. I want to have a greater outcome potentially, but I also want to have my freedom of doing it the way that I want without any constraints of like this corporate. So I think that set in motion this wave, a reflection of the many investments that we did, is now a cohort of new companies that was founded like 19, 20, 21, and we add to that the portfolio of other investors in our space. There's never been such an amount of innovation on the game studio side and such a level of talent building freaking awesome new games, innovation and ideas and content ever before. Mm-hmm. And I want to say we're guilty to that to some extent. I hope it will lead to a good outcome to all of these entrepreneurs, to us as investors as well, but it obviously needs these people now to get follow-on funding, to get their games to be successful in a competitive market, in a growing like competitive market, and find buyers ultimately if they would desire so. I do believe though that we're getting into a framework where the buyer space is as large as it was always, as it was never before, I'm sorry. The depth of the pool of buyers has expanded pretty significantly, adding to that companies such as Netflix, Facebook, like major public companies that on the tech side that haven't been there before, that all of a sudden become acquirers of game companies as well. You have a lot of games companies that went public in the last 5, 6, 7 years on a global scale. Now you find public games companies on many different stock markets on the planet, including Israel and many in Korea and in Scandinavia, obviously. So there's a large pool available right now. There's great talent. So I hope we set in motion all together this machine of unlocking new creativity with great new startups that ultimately find culturally aligned buyers and ultimately accelerate innovation and greater entertainment product for gamers.
Well, I was just going to, what you're hitting is exactly, this regulatory concern that we have. The reality is you're funding startups because they have more access before. 20 years ago, in order to start a game company, you had to have a distributor relationship because you weren't going to be able to sell, into the retail stores without it. You had to have a license, at least three published games on a console to be deemed a publisher. Those barriers are broken down with digital distribution. And so just going back to this whole environment, there's more people starting, or more studios being started today than there were 20 years ago. There's more opportunity, and if anything, there's less barrier to new companies, not more. And that's why venture firms are coming into this category so strongly in the last 5 years.
And I want to add on to that investing into the gaming space is no longer risky because, everything.
Can you talk to my?
Well, it is risky, but I do want to mention that it's significantly much more data-driven than it has been before. So, when, of course, and you have a great pool of successful entrepreneurs that are doing it again. That's a great way of investment. But then there are also a lot of earlier stage games where you see plenty of KPIs where they're ready to scale and ready for investment. And I think those are great opportunities. And this is great for the game industry because we're constantly creating more and more IPs. Continuously.
I think this is one of the key differences with the game side versus the media side, where as there's great VCs like Jens and Q, there isn't really that equivalent on the media side. And so there's only, a handful of buyers for media content. And because of the subscription business model, it's caused a significant valuation of key tentpole, what we call tentpole IP, that you need to have exclusive if you want to stand up a streaming platform or a distribution platform. And so everyone races to go get those tentpole IP, and once they have it, they don't need to go and buy, more or invest into more content. In the gaming space, at least fortunately now, everything is still transactional in the sense that gamers are still voting with their pocket, with their dollars. And if they don't like a game, the results immediately. Where with content, it's all wrapped behind a subscription model, and you don't really know or have the data at the end of the day.
We've got about 10 minutes left of this panel, so I'm going to use this opportunity to ask you to cast your minds forward into the future and where you see these big acquisitions, these big acquisitions taking the gaming industry into the future. Whether or not we are going to see a narrowing at the top, whether or not that is going to impinge on the amount of content that's being produced and the way it's being produced and the way that gamers can indeed access it. I'm going to start with you on that point. Where do you think we're heading? And I'd also like to throw in another bit. Sorry, you're not meant to ask two questions at the same time, but we've only got 10 minutes to go. Whether or not there are lessons that could be learnt from other industries who've gone before you in this space. Yeah, so I'm obviously not as familiar on the gaming side as these guys. So my background is more on the media side, where in the very early days, there was significant consolidation in the U.S. media space, and that had to be regulated away. This is back when it was primarily theatrical, and there were actors who were exclusive to theaters, to studios, and all the way until the cable and bundling and the unbundling with digital streaming. And I think at least
in the last decade, what we saw was that there were originally IP creators, there were producers, there were distributors, and then at the end of the day, there were hardware platform companies, and then there was the end user. And over the space of a decade, you saw all of that essentially collapse into IP creators, and then the final mile to the end user, whether that's Netflix or a hardware platform. So I think, and then behind that, they wrapped the subscription model, which is the superior model for content distribution in terms of monetization. So I think the challenge would be to make sure that there isn't that moment where there's complete end-to-end, and that there's only going to be like 2 hardware platforms left that everyone's accessing their content from. And fortunately, in gaming, that's not the case yet. And also, I think it's just incredibly important, even if that happens, for there to be fair access for all content, because the preference of the hardware or the last mile provider is to preference their own content versus those of third party. So I think those are all just things to kind of keep an eye on.
Q, I'm going to come to you. What would be your input?
So
Crystal ball time.
Yes, like when you think of gaming companies, before you were thinking of console game developers, and there's only 3 console game consoles out there, but then all of a sudden, what you know is mobile is more than half of the total. I think more than $100 billion worth of the market right now is mobile. And then what we're thinking about is we're competing against the end user's time, So like game as a product has already moved over to games as a service. And so we want to constantly engage with our customers for a longer period of time. And then what we notice is like people aren't playing games, and they're watching more and more Netflix streaming on their mobile devices too. So we have to get into that space too. So like I think as a game company, it's extremely important for us to focus on the IP and diversify on the ways that you deliver content to the users. And I think that's the future that we're really looking forward to. And I think, and if you think about that whole picture, I think lots of different type of acquisitions are going to happen. And I think Microsoft Activision is a great example, but there's going to be much more. And this is only like less than 10% of the market. There's work to be done. And if you look at it in an international scale point of view, there's going to be much, much more. I think this is just the beginning.
So, David, a lot to learn from the other media sectors that have gone before gaming. But let's be honest, it's going to be hard to separate those sectors in the coming years, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is about leisure time, and so if you think about if you're in any kind of form of entertainment, whether it's sports, whether it's film, television, it's about competing for an audience and their leisure time. And we represent, in the video game category, it's a growth driver, and the market has moved towards the sector, not away. And someone mentioned this before, but no one's a video game player and then stops. It's like saying, oh, I listen to music, but I've stopped, or I watched a movie, but I stopped. You have different kind of demands of your time, but gaming is here to stay. The average gamer continues to get older, not because, it's just because people don't stop playing games. When I started, it was like on PlayStation, it was, 20 years old or 21, and that was like, hey, it's not just 12-year-old kids. The fact is now it's much older than that because people are still playing. So if we look at esports, and kids are watching esports more than they're watching traditional sports now. You're seeing events being sold out. I know League of Legends, just Riot had a thing, it was sold out in 2 minutes. And this is real, and this is where the market is going. So if I'm kind of broad in the leisure time activity, I've got to look at the video game category and say it represents growth, and growth represents multiple, and multiple represents value.
And on its very most simple level, I bring it back to my own home life. My children don't watch television, they watch YouTube, which is a social media site, of course, and what they're watching on YouTube is people playing games. And so you've got those synergies literally within the home. You can see it, 9 and 10-year-old children growing up with that. A positive vision of the future, I hope, from you, Jens, because, of course, I feel like you really are working with those grassroots developers.
What is the question exactly?
Oh, I suppose whether or not you do have a positive view about the way in which...
Yeah, sure. I mean,
of
course.
I
wouldn't be doing this job if I wouldn't be very positive about what's happening, but that's a boring answer, right? I mean...
Surprise us.
Again, I think it's always great to be an industry that has tailwind, right? I am a true believer that video games are the greatest form of entertainment on this planet. Yeah? And I have little reason to believe that will be changing, like my perception would be changing. And I think probably the kids and like the consumers out there think similarly. That's why we're seeing that tailwind and growth in attention and time spent with video games, so there's other forms of entertainment and whatnot. So it's great to be in this industry. We have an industry right now which is as open and democratic, I would say, as you said, on the distribution side. We don't want to forget about engines that enable any developer all of a sudden at no cost to get a game together, which was not possible 10 years ago. And we have multiple different platforms in multiple different geographies, in multiple different genres that allow for innovation in this space. It's never been a greater opportunity paired with the availability of capital that could be Bitcraft or other great funds that is available for you to support your journey. That's all amazing. And I'm really happy to look forward on the great products that will be delivered by all of this opportunity. Yet, I think the next 6 to 12 to 18 months from now are still a hard time for startups in the space, as funding, particularly in your Series A's and B's, is not easy to come by. Yep, the markets are careful right now. They're held back by a macroeconomic situation, an interest rate situation that is making it more difficult for startups to get their funding in place. So what is important, just on a note of I don't know, concern, or just not to end here and yeah, we have it's great and beautiful, we should all party all day, sponsored by our friends in Saudi Arabia, but we should, the one thing that I think the industry startups should be concerned around to begin with right now, growth funding or funding in the Series A's, B's, and C's that they need to pay real attention to. It is an opportunity, though, for acquirers at the same time. Yeah, we clearly get to say, who's an acquirer, who's sitting on the buy side. Right now is the window where you probably have to pay extra attention. If you look at cycles, this is the time where you might be able to find a bargain here or there. Yeah.
David, do you think in this joyful situation of buyouts and people selling their companies and making millions and maybe even billions in the long term, do you think the regulators are going to step in and cool this environment? Is there a concern that we could see from the gaming perspective, that there could be a cooling?
My opinion is I don't think it's a winning argument, and I think you're seeing this. It's a difficult case to make, and particularly it's a difficult case to make that the market is getting harder for new entrants when in fact the data suggests that it's actually there's more opportunity than there's been before. So again, I think it's fair for regulators to look at the industry and say this is so big and so important, and let's be aware of it. Let's learn about what's going on, because that's part of it, is understanding the market, and I think that's important. But I think we're a long way away from one party exerting so much force in the market that it detriments the consumer. I think we're far away from that right now.
Well, a very good news picture indeed. Gentlemen, thank you so much. What a cracking panel for us to start off this next World Forum. It really has been a great pleasure to have all four of you on stage. I'm sure you'll join me in applauding for the words of Jens Hilgers, David Higley, Kun Kao, and Q Lee. Thank you very much indeed for joining me on the stage, gentlemen. Your moment in the spotlight is sorted out. You can just now enjoy the rest of this next World Forum. But you mustn't go anywhere in the audience. I see people lifting their bottoms off their seats, put them right back down, because we've got far too much to look forward to in the next few minutes for you to be going anywhere. Lucy joins me on the stage.
Oh, yes.
And the reason she joins me on the stage is because she's got some celebrities.
Oh, yes, we have a very, very exciting panel about to take place on this stage. You know, it's no secret that with the rise of esports, one of the most fascinating developments is this cultural shift. In this cultural shift is the emergence of celebrity gamers and, you know, involvement in the esports space, from Hollywood actors and world-renowned musicians to athletes and sports icons. Many celebrities are not only embracing gaming, but also using their influence to really help shape the industry. So we're going to dive into that and explore their impact on the gaming landscape. It's going to be a good one.
You have a blockbuster cast about to join us on the stage. And I use the word blockbuster because there's a film element, isn't there?
Yes. All will be revealed, or I'm sure some people already know.
Yeah, they might know. They might know.
Thank you. Okay, so on that note, I would like to bring out my brilliant bunch of panelists. If you'd like to make your way on stage, that would be fantastic. Sit, guys. Give them a nice round of applause. Okay, so there's been a lot of interest in the world of gaming from Hollywood legends, celebrity entrepreneurs, and even sports icons. You know, from esports investment, investing in future technologies, or even adapting video games to movies and back. One thing's for certain, everyone wants to be part of the game. Now, my on-stage guests need no introduction, but I'm going to give them one anyway. So we've got professional footballer and esports enthusiast Gareth Bale, film director and producer Michael Bay, and the man behind some of the biggest films of all time. I'm talking the Transformers and Bad Boys series and big budget action films like The Rock and Armageddon. And finally, last but not least, we've got Gary V, celebrated entrepreneur and a major advocate for esports and Web3 gaming, and of course the owner of his own successful Web3 platform, VFriends. So first things first, guys, how are you?
Very good. Very good, thanks.
Excellent.
Good to be back in Saudi.
Oh yes, we've got three quite very different guests, but with very different viewpoints. But I think that's what's going to make this conversation so interesting. So I want to start with you, Gareth, by talking about investing in the industry. You know, from athletes investing to organisations and sports clubs launching their very own teams. Esports has been one of the main sources of investment from figures and groups across the traditional sports world in the past few years. So you've turned down a very public offer from the owners of Wrexham FC. Now, for context, the club was bought by Hollywood celebrities Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. So jokes aside, I think they joked about getting you out of retirement, didn't they? Let's talk about the success of the marketing power of Hollywood, not just in video games, but in real-life sport.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I spent the last 12 months living in LA and playing for LAFC, which was a great experience, and met some amazing people, some actors, some celebrities, and just great people, and it shows like how big of a place it is to really get a career up and going, and it is called Hollywood for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, you've got a real interest, and you've even invested in the esports space, and in doing so, you know, you went from kind of real-world pitch into the digital ones. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, no, for sure, and obviously I've always played football growing up, but I think as a kid, you're always on your games console playing the football games, the athletics games, the golf games, the car games, so it's always something that's been of interest to me, and yeah, by being able to play on a real pitch, and when I'm not playing, I was able to play on a virtual pitch, so it's something that I was always interested in, and as I got older, obviously you are always playing, you're always tired, so obviously when you come home, you're able to just relax on the sofa, recover for the next day, but instead of doing nothing, you're able to just play on the PlayStation with your friends or with your kids, and yeah, it's just been an enjoyable kind of thing to do, and I saw an opportunity to invest, and yeah, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. It's given opportunities to other people that maybe weren't able to be a footballer, but now they're able to play football in a virtual game, and it's something that is nice to be able to do, and to be able to invest in people, like I said, give opportunities, and hopefully they're able to take them and enjoy themselves as well.
Yeah, and is that part of the passion that drives you, being able to open doors or doors of opportunity to people that wouldn't necessarily have had the opportunity to either play football or just have access to these kind of the digital esports realm?
Yeah, for sure, and the gamers that we kind of brought in were all people that wanted to be a footballer, maybe weren't good enough, but were able to take this path, and it's kind of the next best thing. I think virtual reality these days is literally, it's becoming the closest thing to the actual real thing, and I think by giving those kids or men or people the opportunities, it was something that was a nice feeling for me to be able to invest in and give them that opportunity to do, and yeah, they enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching it, and yeah, I learned a couple of things from them as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about kind of the evolution of the technology, because technology has come so far. The visuals, the hardware, the software, it's just so incredible. So with all of that, how does the football experience translate in the world of esports? Is it doing a good job?
Yeah, no, I can remember playing when I was maybe 5 or 6 years old, and it was very robotic. The ball would
pixelated.
Literally, I can't imagine what it would look like playing it now compared to what you used to. So, yeah, but from where it's gone to where it is now is just even the facial hair on the face, and the celebrations they do, and the acrobatics they do in the game. I don't think when you were that young, I don't think you ever thought it would get to this level, and the crazy thing is there's probably even more to come, and a lot more to come, which is exciting, but crazy to think.
Yeah, it is amazing. And my final question for you before we move on. We're seeing esports stars, get really big sponsorship deals and opportunities. The game's really changing, and they're getting these opportunities as real-world athletes get them as well. So do you think there'll be a shift that will see all these big opportunities and sponsorship deals going more to esports stars? Do you think there'll come a change where, esports stars could potentially outdo real-world athletes?
I think you can never say never, and I think with the world in terms of the internet these days, the scope is so big, the reach is possibly bigger than just TV. So yeah, like I said, you never know when the change could happen, if it's going to, but it's definitely catching up. Esports is definitely catching up with real football, and it's not a bad thing. It gives a lot more kids opportunities to do what they want, and like I said, even my kids now, they're growing up playing their consoles, they enjoy it, they kind of had their virtual lives, but then they also have their reality as well. So it's nice for kids to be able to do stuff and interact with friends that they can't maybe go and see in another country, but they can play online with them. So it's a nice way to keep in touch.
Absolutely.
We've moved around quite a lot. We've been in Spain, in America, obviously Wales, England, and they meet friends, so they're able to play games with them online, and it's a nice way for them to keep in touch as well. Yeah,
definitely. Okay, Michael, I'm going to move on to you now. So according to Variety, according word on the web, you've mentioned that you're currently working on a super secret project. Now, what we do know about this project is that it's also being developed as a video game. That's as far as my information goes. So I'm going to hand over to you to tell us, whet our appetites about this.
All right. So where should I start? But games and movies are shared experiences, and they both invite the audience into a world, imaginary, spectacular, to have some sort of human experience, and to learn, to grow, to feel like you're a hero. When you compare games and movies, it's about like blood pressure, okay? I twitch when it says Prime Leisure Limited, that's his company. It gets my blood pressure going when I'm playing games. That's why they're huge consumers of energy drinks. You can experience a big, broad story, whereas on a movie, you're a passive experience, and I know how to manipulate your blood pressure. Through music, sound, scare you, make a laugh, make it exhilarating. But games, what I like about games is it feels like you're living in the movie, and you can experience it by different avenues. I mean, they have, you've heard about all those movies where they said, oh, you can have your different ending or different scene or whatever, and that's all bull. It doesn't work. For a game, it works very well because you can go off to the side. And when I was a kid, even though the games were not as advanced, I would love to go off to the side to see how you can experience it, make your own movie, take your time. And that's what I loved about games, that you can be your own hero. You're working with a team. You're accomplishing something. When you're talking about how did I go from movies to games, well, long story short, I had movies of Bad Boys and The Rock and Armageddon and Pearl Harbor and Transformers. It's as the director Ridley Scott said, creating the world is the hardest thing for a movie director to do, because you have to create everything about it. And where am I in the story? I remember creating the Pearl Harbor attack scene from all the survivor stories, and I had to put together 45 minutes, and we did this very, very elaborate animatic pre-visualization. And 1 year later after the movie, I'm watching this commercial on TV, and literally, it's for a game. And would you believe it? They stole all my stuff. I was pissed, okay? Activision took it all, okay? Gary Kotick literally ripped me off, okay? So I decided to write my own game. And it came from an idea. This guy, Ivan Becky, when I was doing Armageddon, NASA gave me this physicist whose his job was to think 50 years in the future. Now, you're with a guy at your office for 3 days, think 50 years in the future. I think, of course, the third question is, were we ever visited by aliens? It was a funny answer what he gave, I won't tell you. But I asked him, what are you working on at NASA? And he told me this one thing. So I sat down 17 years ago, and I wrote a 3-page game. I wanted a kick-ass, huge action, huge world, great characters with emotion. Because a lot of games, I think that's where games have to aspire to really get emotion. And I think by blending cinema storytelling with game storytelling, the difference is, and I know I'm rambling, I'm probably rambling, right?
We love
Sorry,
it.
Sorry.
We're enjoying it.
What?
We're enjoying it.
Okay, but the difference is a film storyteller will work on a script for 2 years, every single facet, the backstories, whatnot, whereas a game developer won't. And I really think those worlds could merge. So when I wrote this story, put it in a closet, I bought this company called Digital Domain from Jim Cameron, and we wanted a game thing, and my people brought out this little 3-page thing, and Pete Blumel and his team at Rogue Initiative, they said, this could be a great AAA game. And I'm like, who wrote this? And they go, you did. I'm like, I forgot. Anyway, it turned into, I said, this could be a great movie idea. And so we wrote the concept, we sold it to Sony. Sony wanted to buy the game right off the bat, and Pete and I decided not to sell because as Bobby Kotick, I won't talk about Bobby Kotick. I like Bobby, by the way. He owes me money though. But anyway, where am I? Okay, so
how much?
Sony PlayStation wanted to buy the game, and we decided not to sell because we wanted to make a game with artists that have been screwed by the big companies. So we want to pay artists more, okay? So we've been working on this game, and it's for about 3 years now. We've gone through our tests, and so here we are.
So this sounds like this is a
that was a long story, sorry.
We love a long story, but this sounds like this is a byproduct of your experiences, you being kind of taken advantage of by Activision, stealing your stuff, and just the work that you've done in the film industry. You're bringing all of that to the table to bring this new experience to the gaming industry. And am I right by saying this is the first, right?
Well, it's the first because what we're able to do, if you do the movie simultaneous with the game, we're able to merge our visual effects. I mean, we need a lot more pixels on pixel power in movies to make it that real. Mm-hmm. But you can really merge a lot of the film artwork, the story. They diverge, they're different, They're different experiences, but it's still the basis of the same story.
Yeah, yeah. So like you said, different experiences. But why do you think gaming and Hollywood are such a good partnership? Why do they fuse so well?
Well, as the guy before who said the greatest, what did he say, the greatest form of entertainment is games? I don't believe him, but whatever. I think they have both their powers in the world, and I think games really they can go a lot farther. I really do.
Yeah, yeah, and they complement each other really well. Yeah. And are there any other projects or any projects that you're working on in the context of the Middle East?
Well, I came here for a film award at the end of January, and I realized this country is. But let's back up. I met with when MBS came to the States about 6 years ago. He met with 12 people at Hollywood. I was one of them, and he asked, "How can I get movies to my country?" So we had studio heads and whatnot, and I was a director with another director there, and I said, "Just make your tax rebate, the highest in the world, 40%." And they did. I come to the Film Award. We tour around. They have now major studios. They have the tax rebate, and I have always wanted to shoot in Alua Desert, because we track from satellites. We do location scouting, where I shot in Wadi Rum in Jordan, and the edge of Wadi Rum is Alua. And so we've known about this desert for over a decade, and but this country is growing. When I go back to America, I say it's growing 7 times faster than any other place in the world.
Yeah, I've been coming here for the last 2 to 3 years, and it's definitely something that I've noticed as well. So it's really interesting you say that. Gary, I'm going to turn to you now.
You're so quiet. You're so quiet.
I'm trying to be respectful.
So, you're a celebrated entrepreneur, a major advocate for the esports and Web3 gaming space. And you've also started your own Web3 platform, like I mentioned at the beginning, VFriends. So for those people in the audience that don't know about VFriends, can you just break that down for us and just tell us a bit about that?
I'm 47 years old. I was born in the Soviet Union. I came to the United States when I was 3, and I grew up in the 80s, where an enormous amount of intellectual property was created on television and through toys. So Transformers and Care Bears and My Little Pony and Strawberry Shortcake and G.I. Joe. And so I've been very affected by pop culture my whole life. And 14 years ago, I started a marketing company, VaynerMedia, but really what it was actually looking to do was build a global communications framework that would allow me to accelerate extracting attention to whatever I wanted to do. Yes. My main point was, in the back half of that mission, was to really create a new form of private equity. When I think about private equity, those organizations are very good at buying businesses in a smart way and cutting costs and running a more efficient business. What I was always fascinated by and have done in my entire career is created hyper growth. So I wanted to create a platform, an operating system to create hyper growth. My plan was to buy an established historic intellectual property that I grew up with. Casper the Friendly Ghost, Gumby, Scooby-Doo. Wherever my professional career took me and my financial capabilities, I was going to go and buy one. Mm-hmm. When I started seeing what was happening in Web3, it became very obvious to me that, similar to after-school television or video games like with Mario and Zelda, or other formats like books we've seen in history, that this was a platform to create intellectual property. So VFriends, in its simplest form, is, in my view, a basis of almost 300 characters that kind of takes the essence of Sesame Street and Pokemon and brings them together. Yeah. So a very high focus on being competitive, like Pokemon, but a very strong message of civility and kindness, empathy that comes from Jim Henson's world. So I launched that a couple years ago, and I'm pretty excited about it. I mean, it's very early. Yeah. I'm only 2 years into the journey, but it's something I plan on building in a very significant way.
Yeah, well, like you say, you're only 2 years into the journey, but from what I can see, it's very successful in the early stages, which is amazing for you.
For me, for 40 years, I've been looking at trading cards and comic books and movies and television and marketing, and so I've had a lot of practice in it, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I love that little stroll down memory lane as well.
Yes.
Making me feel a bit old mentioning all those different programs and toys.
Well, what's fun though, and it's good timing, because back to films and back to video games, I'm sure it's very much on everyone's radar how well the Super Mario movie is doing right now commercially. Yes. for me, gaming, obviously it's a big week for me. I'm a part owner of version 1 with the Will family that owns the Minnesota Vikings in the US. So obviously we are super proud of the win we had here in Rocket League. And so I've been in gaming for a long time. Vayner Sports is a sports agency that I own that represents a bunch of athletes, including Clicks and Booga, who are very prominent gamers. So this is a space that I've spent a lot of time paying attention to and been involved in. It's interesting to hear what Michael's speaking about and kind of the way I'm thinking about intellectual property. We haven't, because we're only 24 months in, we're very early on the VFriends IP, but to me, if I'm able to accomplish what I'm trying to achieve, it's inconceivable to me that I can do that without having a major win in the gaming space. And so I spend a lot of time paying attention to it, because if you look at, again, the Marios, the Zeldas, the things of that nature, plus more modern things like Angry Birds, intellectual property being built on the foundation of gaming is very clear and obvious, and the affinity and the emotion and the attachment to those characters through this format, very similar to sports, very similar to film, is very evident in human behavior and something I spend a lot of time on.
Yeah. So an area that I want to touch on, I think we can't have this conversation without the acronym NFT.
Yes.
You are one of the most, quite a prolific voice in this space.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on the viability of NFTs in the future economy? Is there a future for this method, this form?
Of course, where NFT sits right now for most people in this audience and around the world is where the internet sat in 2000. If you remember, in 2000, all the internet companies were wildly overvalued in public markets because the hype of the internet engulfed us. Pets.com was worth $8 billion with no revenue. Obviously, all those projects failed, and a lot of people wrote many articles in 2000. Is the internet a fad? The web's a fad? From Hollywood to Wall Street. But the technology was too big. The same thing's happening right now in NFTs. The last 2 years, there was way too much greed, way too much not realness. And what happened was the brand itself is being recorrected right now and being reset. But anybody here that is not paying attention very deeply to what's happening with blockchain technology, especially if you're in the gaming space, is making a humongous mistake of opportunity. And I think over the next decade, when you think about what ownership means, think about all the games here that make remarkable revenue on the digital assets being sold in a closed ecosystem. It's a closed ecosystem. When you start understanding the dynamics of how that plays in an open ecosystem like the blockchain and how that's transferable and what that means to the gamers and what they are able to amass within games, you're trading your FIFA points for a Call of Duty point. Think about the kid that goes from Mindshare and Roblox to FIFA to Call of Duty, and you're able to own those digital assets. I'm positive that Next World 2030 is talking about blockchains and NFTs. About 50 to 70% of the panels. Today, because of the greed of the last year or two in NFT land, everyone's putting it on the side. Much like Internet 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, that was the time to actually build. And I think the 1 to 2% in this audience that are thoughtful and understand their history of technology and understand pattern recognition will dive deeper into Web3, and I think it's an inevitable outcome.
Yeah, it's interesting because, the way NFTs blew up, and now there's a bit of a stigma attached to it, and I don't think people really truly understand the power of blockchain, the power of this technology to basically give back the ownership to gamers, to users, and not putting it in the power of big companies.
The issue that happened with NFTs is people forget that only 1% of things work, right? Everybody thought every NFT project was going to work. Only 1% of films become iconic. Only 1% of iPhone apps become successful. Only 1% of art or trading cards or collectibles become the top. And so what happened was it was such a new technology, everybody thought all of it was going to work, when in reality only 1% of a genre can ever reach the levels that people anticipated. So it's cliche human behavior. The greed took over. Now we reset. But the macro technology of decentralized servers will be one of the most significant things that impacts everybody in the world. And when you think about the context of a country like this that is so dynamic, moving so much faster than the rest of the world, I do think it's a missed opportunity for people not to take things like blockchain and AI and all the emerging technologies serious, because that's where all the opportunity lies in the next half decade.
Yeah, do you think though, because of, emerging technologies, there's this inherent fear, whether big companies, small companies, big players, little players, just to get involved in that space because it's new territory, it's uncharted territory?
Yes, that's why it's so lucrative when you're good at it.
Yeah.
People,
and it's
Michael, please educate everybody here how Hollywood looked at the internet in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Well, I was never computer savvy, so how did they look at it? I thought it was pretty groundbreaking. It was groundbreaking, definitely. I mean, I remember the Apple thing with little discs, right? Then it's used for piracy quite a bit.
The music industry, the film industry. Bill Gates was at the top of the technology sphere in the mid-90s and completely poo-pooed the internet of having any viability.
Yes.
So I think the biggest thing for everybody in this room is to understand that the incumbents of any technology are often not financially incentivized to support the new technologies because their money is at risk.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is always where the opportunity is, based on consumer behavior, not based on your pockets. And so there will be many decisions made by entities, governments, entrepreneurs, enterprises that are always wrong because they are worried about their short-term finances instead of how humans are actually interacting.
Yeah, just ignoring all the signs. It's like right there, go this way, and it's like, oh no.
It's another version of the greed that screwed up the NFT brand in the short term. People are worried about the ROI of their money tomorrow, and they dismiss what consumers are doing. The consumer behavior interacting with the blockchain and AI today is at the highest level it's ever been.
Yeah.
And so again, I think people are incredibly short-term thinking, transactional, and that is where all the opportunity always sits.
Yeah. Do you know, it would be really interesting. In the same vein that we can look back at the early 2000s, you read these articles about the internet, this fad that's never going to take off. And it'll be interesting in the next 15 to 20 years where we're going to be at and how people reacted to blockchain, Web3.
Do you remember this little thing? There are many people in this audience and around the world that said they would never use this because the BlackBerry had buttons on it and they needed their buttons. Humans are very good at saying no to new technology. What all of us need to do, especially dynamic places like this, is you must be in the business of maybe. You must be in the business of maybe, and you must spend your 10 or 20 hours. There are plenty of people in this audience right now that have profound opinions on AI and NFTs and have never played with it.
Yeah.
That is the issue at hand in the world in technology. Most people are not practitioners, they're headline readers.
Yes, that is very, very true. And just my final question to you. You know, there's obviously a very obvious current dip in NFTs at the moment. I think I know your answer, but would you say this is just temporary? Are things going to change?
I think it's permanent for the 99% of projects that stink. The macro is established. NFTs will be here for the rest of our lives, but remember, a non-fungible token is the slang term we know it today as a digital collectible. What it really is far bigger than that. The majority of people in this room will have contracts of buying homes, doing deeds, insurance, like day-to-day things will be done in the form of an NFT because it's a more secure contract than anything that sits on Earth.
Yes.
And so, no, I think the brand will recover with better usage, but no, I think this is the way it was always supposed to be. 99.9% of footballers' rookie cards are worthless. His isn't because he was great.
Yeah.
Right? And so the problem is 99% of, you like that one, Garrett? That was a good one.
Thank you.
99% of NFT projects, it's not going to get any better because the creator, the creative, the operator is not capable of creating demand and affinity. But for the 1%, it will be like writing a Harry Potter book, worked out. Writing a bad book did not work out. And I think that's where people got it confused. They kind of lumped the whole genre together. That's like saying gaming does or doesn't work. The amount of games that come out every year are profound. The far majority of them don't get to come to things like this. And so I think early technologies get lumped as a genre, and they're misunderstood, and I think that's where we are right now.
Yeah, so there's a massive education that needs to happen at the minute. Yeah,
Always.
absolutely. So I want to move on to just talk briefly about the cinematic influence on video games. We've seen AAA games have huge budgets, it's like rival big Hollywood productions, if not more. So Michael, what Hollywood trends have you seen that are influencing or having, a major effect on enhancing storytelling when it comes to gaming?
Wait, the accent, excuse me? What was
Oh, sorry.
Talking very fast.
What trends or Hollywood trends, what things have you been seeing that are influencing or having an effect on gaming or the essence of storytelling in gaming?
Well, like I was saying, I mean, I really do think games can aspire with movie people, cinematic people, with the artists and whatnot to try to create together. I think you can make the stronger game. You can make the dirty secret when you're a movie director is it's time. Time is your enemy, and you have 2 hours. And when you're cutting a movie, it starts at 3 or 4, and you're cutting it down. And then all of a sudden, I carry this sheet around. Oh my God, we got 2 seconds today. We took out 4 seconds today, 3 seconds. It really matters. Whereas a game, you can have a much more involving story, and I think it's interesting. That's different than a movie. You can have the audience, the participant, help create the game, help you to help the franchise grow. They can be participants in the storytelling, which is kind of I think a great thing. It's an exciting thing, but. Listen, there's been a lot of successful movie game things, but
Yeah. In fact, I just want to rewind back a little.
What I'm saying ultimately is if they participate more together.
Yeah. No, I just want to go back to. I just remembered we had a quick chat backstage. I want to hear your opinion on the NFT space.
On NFTs?
Yeah.
I'm in the 99% now. No, it makes a lot of sense what he's saying. It really does. So he's opened my eyes,
But that's like the education that I was talking about.
It's the same story over and over. People need to be
But what about hacking? People getting all your stuff stolen. I think, aren't people worried about that?
Of course they are, but to remind everybody.
Are you going to, you're going to...
No, just to remind everybody, I think history is something people struggle with. There used to be a time where humans lived on Earth without banks. That's real life. It was a long, long time ago, but it was existence.
Yeah.
People used to be scared to put their credit card into a computer.
All money is electronic.
There are many people in this audience that remember credit cards being stolen on the internet. It's just time. Just like in your world, time is a thing. This is a brand new technology. And so I think cars are better today than they were 100 years ago. Planes are better today than they were. Phones are better today than they were 25 years ago. Yeah. So what about those things? They will be resolved with time.
And it's, interesting that you mentioned hacking and kind of, security elements, but that is the beauty of blockchain and the beauty of things like NFTs. It's this impenetrable technology that's a lot more secure, a lot safer.
But it's the perception that people have. That's what you got to change.
That's right. It is safer. The problem is, you're the custodial. When your money is stolen through a fake credit card transaction, you call the bank and they fix it. Yeah. When you are the person that owns the keys to your assets on the blockchain, if you make a mistake, which is what he's referring to, it's gone.
I lose every password, so that's a problem.
So anyway, it's just early. It's just early.
Okay, interesting stuff. So I want to talk now about the kind of business and marketing of esports. So diving into the business side of esports, what are your, Gareth, what are your strategies for promoting teams, engaging fans, and attracting sponsors from a business and celebrity perspective? Have you got any thoughts on that?
I think it's just, like saying, everything changes with time. I think you look back to when I first started, you were on just the front cover of a magazine that you could only see it when you went into a shop.
Yeah.
Now you can post something, for example, on my social media that can straight away go to 50, 100 million people within the space of a second. So, yeah, things have changed. I think in terms of gaming now, it's so accessible to everybody on streaming platforms, on, like I said, social media platforms. Everything's really accessible quick, and it's just changed with the time. And I think, yeah, I think it's become a lot easier to market things and to promote things now than it ever has been, because you don't have to travel to places. You can literally do what you need to do where you are, click a button, upload it, and it potentially goes to the world. So, yeah, I think.
But it's how you get over the clutter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And have you seen, I guess, any interesting strategies or kind of points of attack from other companies in the esports space? You thought, well, that's really interesting how they're trying to get people's attention and garner that attention from people, or recruit new people.
Yeah, I think it's just the way you potentially run your team, the content that you kind of create. You have obviously a lot of YouTubers, content creators now that can create a different kind of atmosphere around a team. They can make it more fun, more serious, more kind of what avenue you would like to take. And like I said, it's so easy to kind of market that and get it out to everybody to kind of support that team or get involved with that team. It's really easy to kind of go down that space these days.
And I think it's been really fascinating just watching that trajectory as well. Like you said, back in the day, you know, you're on the front of a magazine, that's it. And now there's just so multifaceted. There's so many avenues, so many ways to reach out to celebrities and reach out to fans. And it really is such an exciting time, isn't it? And it's only going to grow and get better.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, that you always get to a point you think, how can this get better? And some clever mind, like these guys in the world that have such amazing talent and such vision, that they create different avenues to make things even better. And yeah, I think that's what makes the individual more exciting than, for example, AI, which is a bit more straightforward.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's interesting that you just mentioned AI. So for the last 10 minutes of this discussion, I want to talk about artificial intelligence. And I think we can't talk about gaming, esports, it's Hollywood. We can't talk about that without AI infiltrating, because, you know, it's a massive talking point at the moment. So with the rapid advancement of AI, you know, playing a greater role in the entertainment industry, I'd like to discuss, you know, the implications on AI and storytelling and business, and what role you see it playing. And I'm going to just throw that out to anyone, if anyone wants to take that.
I'm spending some serious time in this space. I think, again, similar to the blockchain, similar to the internet in the past, there's a lot of opinions and a lot of curiosities. There's a ton of fear.
Yes.
There's a smaller group of optimism and looking to go on the offense. Here's what I can promise you. One, it's not going to go away. So if you're going to put your head in the sand and hope it goes away, it's not. AI is going to be a humongous implication as a technology for everyone in this room. I think number two, like most technologies that are big, it's going to save us a lot of time.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that a lot of people do here today, spend a lot of money on today, on humans or infrastructure, hardware or software, that AI implications are going to make dramatically more efficient. There's also a lot of creative ways to work with it. So for me, I spend most of my time thinking about human behavior, pop trends, why people are wearing their hair the way they are, or why they wear hats or sneakers, all that stuff. I now am using AI as a thinking partner. I'm literally asking a bunch of AI tools questions like, why is long hair coming in? Why are caps back versus not? You know, why are people consuming this beverage? And so I think for the creative class, they default into thinking AI is going to take away my job, instead of realizing AI is about to become your thinking partner. You're going to have curiosity. The same way that many people here use a search engine to expand on something they're thinking through, that is child's play compared to what AI bots are going to be able to do and AI machine learning infrastructures are going to be able to do. So I think for the creative class, for this industry, things are going to be produced quicker. Because of the speed, and I think people are going to come up with bigger and more exciting ideas because the technology is going to guide them in the same way that a search engine was better than going to the library and looking it up on the encyclopedia. It made it faster, it made it quicker, it made it more dynamic. I think those are two things that are going to be very clear in this industry.
Yeah, so like
go on, Michael. What were you going to say?
No, go on.
No, I mean, just as a creative person, I saw a writer typed in an image, a Ridley Scott image, a Michael Bay image, a Tony Scott image, and I saw it. I said, where did you get that? And because I could recognize some stuff that my team had done. What I realized is it was cool, but AI has no soul, okay? AI is just mathematics, okay? And mathematics does not have a soul. So I'm not worried about it. I'm worried for my music friends, But AI can't predict the shot that I'm going to create. I always create new stuff in my films. They can't, they're not me. But I am very worried, first of all, that it's going to make people lazy. It could be a tool, yes. I hear it for medicine, it's great. But I'm very worried that it could be used for nefarious reasons. We were just talking about deep fakes back there. There's all this news about, and they can take 3-4 seconds of your voice. They've got enough pictures of you from magazines and whatever, and they can make you say whatever you want, and that's going to be a big problem. Pretty soon, you're not going to know what to believe in the world. But the worst thing I'm worried about, because of the nefarious of where humanity sometimes goes, I was in a room where the U.S. military, it's a special room, it's where the two men hold the two keys that can end the world. Now, that's a very scary room to be in, okay? But they have communication to Russia of all different types of communication. And 4 times in our lifetime, we've had fake launches, almost launches, that could end humanity. So that's where I worry about it. That's just me being a movie director, okay? We always do end of the world kind of scenarios, okay?
It's a good
movie. It's not fun to think, but I'm worried about the nefarious things that AI could
yeah, and I think at the moment there's not enough regulation, there's not enough kind of understanding of it, and I think to your point, Gary, if it's used kind of to complement things or to work side by side, it's got potential.
I think Michael's point is remarkably right. I also remind everybody that there used to be a world without atomic bombs, and then technology created them. And yet here we are 70 years later. I think it's very easy to default into fear. I think it's actually the biggest issue in the world. I think fear is weaponized. I think fear is at scale.
Or it could be a cool movie too.
Yes, for sure. And I'm very empathetic to it. And I think deepfake will be enormously a big issue in the world. I fully agree with that. But I also know, back to my earlier point, this is where technologies like the blockchain are better than technologies like the internet. With the blockchain, when I upload my videos about me on the blockchain, it's going to be very verifiable that it was me. I think it's one big game of cat and mouse, right? To Michael's point, there's going to be the bad guys and there's going to be the good guys, and there's always those technology advances. So to Michael's point, today, the videos that I see in the world, I believe them.
Yes.
In a decade, I will have to do another thing to make sure they're real because of this new technology. But again, we've always invented things that could be abused or not abused. The internet is used for good, the internet is used for bad. Credit cards are used for good. And so I just think that there's an opportunity to not spend all of our time dwelling on what is going to go wrong. And I think it's important for people that have practical optimism to look at these tools and figure out what's going to go well.
Yeah.
Gary's a very common source of this panel right now.
So you think there should be less focus on the kind of negative and worrying about AI taking over creative roles and copying the likeness of celebrities and deep fakes?
The tractor was invented and took... Does everybody understand that 80% of the world used to work on farms around the world? And the tractor was invented. And people said, this is going to take away jobs. It created jobs. It allowed us to leave the farms and do other things. I think we demonize technology when technology has been the one currency that has advanced society for over 200 years. So yes, I think there should be less worried that it's going to take my job, because if AI is going to take your job, you were a commodity to begin with. You can evolve. Right? For 10 years, I've been hearing from people like self-driving cars are going to take away drivers. I'm like, great. They've had 20 years to think about this. They can do other things. Humans are powerful. We need to need to stop underestimating human beings.
Yes, yes. Okay, and finally, just to wrap up.
Thank you. I mean, really, I really appreciate that, because look what's happened here in 7-10 years. Human beings are remarkably capable, and so that is the pillar I will stand on.
Okay, and just some final words from you, each in kind of in your own industry and your own world. Where do you see the future of esports going?
It's just grown and growing. Like I said, from a sports world, it is kind of the next best thing if you are not able to make it to that professional level. Obviously, you can play in your local leagues and stuff, but if you want to be with your friends and you can become and make a lot of money from esports. It is the next best thing to being a professional football player, being an athlete, being a NFL player. You can play these games in a professional environment online, and it literally is the next best thing. And I think now with virtual reality as well, you're able to get even better graphics, 3D. You're really involved with it. So yeah, it's a space that's really growing in terms of, from a sports point of view. Arguably is the next best thing in terms of golf. You can play on a simulator. You can play with your friends. They're doing something now called TGL, where they're going to have like an indoor golf league. So there's a massive space in sports for esports, and it literally is the next best thing.
And I know for me, growing up, everyone, guys and girls, wanted to be a footballer, you know, and it's a window of opportunity that not many get to go through. So this is a really nice way for people to feel included. It's kind of opening up the realm of inclusivity. So it's really good to hear from you about that. Michael, your views on the future of Hollywood and gaming and how they're going to merge and collide. And, you know, you're kind of leading the charge there.
Well, I don't know if I'm leading the charge, but I'm just adding to it. But you know, my 30,000-foot view of just gaming is like you get to be your own hero. You get to be your own person saving the world. You get to be your own team, which is it's a great wish fulfillment thing in the world.
Yeah. And Gary, what about you? The future of Web3 gaming, esports, what are your final views? What would you like to see happen in the future?
I think the majority of the people in this room and consuming this content right now are aware that gaming has now crossed over into one of the cultural pillars of our society, like movies, like sports, like fashion. You know, for me, this is the smallest. On this day, as we sit here, this is the smallest that the gaming industry will be going forward. This will continue to grow. It is a pillar of our society. It's ingrained in the fabric. It is something we will do forever. It's something we've always done. Board games, trading, cards. It's something we've always done. This is the next scaled evolution, and I think we've got very prosperous decades ahead of us.
Yes, so in a nutshell, watch this space, basically.
Watch this space.
And that brings us to the end of our discussion. I want to give a massive round of applause. Please join me to Gareth, Gary, and Michael. Thank you so much. All right. If you'd like to exit that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I think as the worlds of sports, Hollywood, and gaming collide, I just have to say once again, thank you to those brilliant panelists for such a great conversation. Such different personalities, such different backgrounds, but a brilliant conversation nonetheless, right?
Oh, it really was. And I love that idea of gaming as one of the pillars of our society. It really gives you a sense of, you know, how far gaming has come and, you know, how far there is for it to grow as well. And in fact, that is actually part of the topic of my next conversation.
Good segue there. We like that.
I like a segue. I work in radio a lot, so we like a segue. Yeah, because it is. Next up, we are going to be turning our attention to the financial growth of gaming and the impact that is having on other sectors. But I mean, the whole sort of celebrity influence on gaming, really
it really is quite fascinating. I think as more celebrities, you know, embrace gaming and they're using their influence to shape the industry, I think we can expect to see a lot more exciting developments. And you heard it here on stage. There's something very, very exciting coming from Michael Bay and his team. So, like I said, watch this space.
We did promise the who's who,
yes,
didn't we, here at Next World Forum?
We don't lie.
And we have certainly delivered, haven't we?
Yes.
Well, Lucy, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to crack on now with my next panel. I'm going to dominate this stage.
The stage is yours.
But joyfully, I do have lots of people who are going to join me, so you won't just be listening to me for the next half hour, because it is time for me to introduce our third panel of the day. Very, very exciting. And we are now focusing, as I mentioned, on the growing financial maturity of the gaming sector. I'd like to welcome my guests on stage. Thank you very much indeed. While they take their seats, I'd like you just to think back over the last few decades, maybe just one decade. Pass your mind back, because we've seen dozens of startup companies transformed into million-dollar companies. Like, there really has been this extraordinary transition, a real injection of cash into the market. And this, you know, plus the influence of those outside industries entering the sector, is moving gaming from a niche sector into, as we've just heard, a pillar of society, or in other words, an all-encompassing cultural phenomenon. So big I'm putting my arms out. Okay, so where do our esteemed panelists, though, see this going? What could be the consequences? Ooh. Let's find out. Can you see I'm trying to add a sort of filmatic element, because I didn't get to do the film one. But I have a fantastic group of panelists here with me, hugely exciting. And I'm going to welcome them now. I've got Kevin Lin here to my right. He's currently CEO of Meta Theory. They make games. Also of Lifelike Capital. You'll remember him, of course, because he's a co-founder and former COO of Twitch, the world's leading social video platform and community for gamers. I imagine many of you in this room have spent far too much time on it. Meanwhile, we've got Wayne Bjorg, who is the Managing Director for Media, Entertainment, Culture and Fashion Industries at Neom. There's several pillars there. Alberto Gonzalez Lorca is the VP of South Europe and Business Development at that massive games developer, Bandai Namco Entertainment Europe. Thank you for joining us, sir. And of course, Danny Tang, the co-founder and CFO of, one of the biggest companies in the world when it comes to gaming. Really extraordinary. She is head of the Global Strategy Office, as well as co-founder and CFO for VSPO. They are, of course, the largest esports company in China and the leading esports tournament operator in Asia. And worth mentioning that Danny co-founded that company back in 2015. So as you can tell, I have a stable of extraordinary guests joining me here on this panel. Now, Wayne, I'm actually going to start with you.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. What's so interesting is that Neom, obviously, that massive giga city that is being built here in the kingdom. Anyone who lives in the kingdom will know all about it. Maybe our visitors might not know as much about it. You're also one of the sponsors of this Next World Forum. And outside observers may wonder why a giga city, a mega project of that sort, is deciding to partner with the gaming sector. Can I hazard a guess that there's an economic element to it?
There certainly is. We're more than a city. We're a jurisdiction. And for our international visitors, Neom is up on the northwest coast of Saudi Arabia, on the Gulf of Aqaba. And it really is about the future. It's a large physical space. We're about 26,500 square kilometres footprint, so size of Belgium for our European friends and Massachusetts for our US friends. It is about the future as much as the gaming industry is about the future, and it's about addressing the big challenges that the planet faces today, which ostensibly is around sustainability, and that's impacted by urban environments largely. So Neom, being legacy-free, has this great opportunity to create a global centre to attract the best and brightest talent to address those challenges. And at the heart of Neom, Neom covers a number of different aspects, from Oxygon, our advanced manufacturing and logistics region, to Trojena, our mountain resort region, to Sindala Island that was recently announced. At the heart of Neom is the line, which I think most people would have heard about, and that really is about redefining urbanism, how we're going to live, how we're going to work, how we're going to engage socially, and it sort of touches in many respects the previous panel and a lot of how technology is going to impact our lives. But at the heart of it is what are the future industries? And one of the core economic drivers of the Neom jurisdiction, the Neom economy, the Neom society, will be the media and the creative industries. And I think, as we've seen in most advanced economies, the sector isn't a fringe player. It is the new 21st century manufacturing industry. And the contribution it's making to GDP and to jobs around the world in advanced economies, is very clear to see. And we've identified, the media industries as a key driver of the Neom economy. And with that, and within that, gaming, plays a significant role because of its impact, both, not only entertaining, informing, connecting, increasingly from a social perspective, but to create the jobs and GDP activity. And in some ways, the gaming industry, is the solar punt for the gamers in the room. It's the aspirational, environment that they play in that they probably think will never come to fruition. And NEOM will be that environment, a future environment that offers the lifestyle but allows you to have an impact and minimize your impact on the footprint of the planet.
Kevin, we've just heard how an entire city is, it's not being built, an entire jurisdiction, I should say, is being built around not just gaming, but the cultural industries. You're a veteran of this sector. Did you ever foresee gaming becoming such a key economic driver?
I think when we were working on Twitch, I didn't realize how big the games industry was. It's quite large. For folks in this room probably know, but $200 billion a year industry, depending on which reporting structure you believe. And so that alone, and that's hundreds of thousands, millions of people around the world who work in the industry to build those games. But I think what's really interesting about what y'all are doing at NEOM, I think, is like if you imagine rebuilding a city from the ground up, knowing what we know now, what's implicit inside games is systems, these core systems that in some cases become economies, in some cases become social systems. But imagine you could build a new society essentially on a rule set that is somewhat gamified, somewhat learned from what we've done in games over the last 25, 30 years of rewards and feedback. And imagine you could reward good behavior, so to speak, sustainable living, exercising, healthy living, things like that. But around that, then suddenly through the creator economy, which really has only been around for about 15 years, people can expand that through more media practice and other cultural activities, as you've seen in creators on YouTube and Twitch, and now in complete systems like Roblox, where an average person, a person who doesn't necessarily have a learned skill set to make something, can make something and make a living off of it. That's pretty incredible. And that's only about 15 years old. That whole system as it exists is only about 15 years old, completely under-optimized, and I do think there's a really interesting opportunity to think about that from the ground up when building a place.
Yeah, and I think also, again, sort of coming back to the previous panel, we're seeing incredible amount of convergence happening now in the creative space. They're not siloed. Game technology, is all pervasive. It's driving, a lot of what's happening in the screen and what Michael was talking about. And that's going to continue to rapidly increase. It's impacting digital publishing. It's impacting every aspect of the creative process, both in front of the camera, but also workflows. And the ability to redefine creativity is something we see an opportunity with the integrated media hub we'll have, both physically and technologically. And that doesn't exist today anywhere in the world. And that's the opportunity that we think provides not only the great creative platform, but also economic benefit as well.
I know that esports is also going to be a huge part of NEOM's future. And Danny, I'd like to ask you, to what extent esports, not just the tournaments, but the sponsorships, the media rights, how much are they contributing to the global economy already? How much are they set to contribute to the global economy?
Well, thank you for the question. And I'm going to speak from my experience coming from China, Asia, and what we've seen from the markets that we grew up in. Now, when we talk about gaming, I've realized that now I think everybody here would agree that it's no longer the narrowly defined game publishing and game development business, right? It's a culture phenomena. It's a wide span of things, and esports is part of that as well. Now, as we think about our contribution to the game ecosystem and the game economy, let me try to put a framework first. So usually how game companies make money, there are roughly two types. One is the premium model, where the gamers pay to get a copy of the game, and then they go run away with it until a second version is released, and then they come back. And then the other popular model now, prominent in Asia, is the freemium model, where the gamers get the game for free. But then the game companies make money by having the gamers play the game as long as possible, and then to charge in-game purchases. So their economy is a multiplication of 3 factors: the number of people who are playing the game, the retention of the people, the retention of the gamers in the game, and the in-app purchases, so how much money you're spending per player. Now, as we think about it, that makes the community engagement part crucial to the commercialization, to the economy of games. To give you a more direct example how esports plays into this, we are long-term partners of Honor of Kings. For those of you who don't know, Honor of Kings is a mobile esports title in China, and it's massively popular with over 100 million people log on to the game and play every single day still. And guess how old the game is? Now it's on its 8th year, and it's still massively popular. And this compares to an average shelf life of 6 months to a year for a mobile title. And we've been partnering with Honor of Kings from day one on esports, and so from the first season of KPL, which is the Honor of Kings Pro League. Now, I am absolutely convinced that there is a direct link between esports and to the game's life and their financial success. And here's why. If you break down, come back to the formula that we were discussing, esports as of today is not yet a great user acquisition tool. People don't walk past a stadium and say, oh, I want to check out that new title and I want to play it. Not yet, maybe tomorrow. But esports is excellent as a community engagement tool, as a user retention tool. Because we've created KPL, now the most premium esports, mobile esports league in the world, we've seen an influx of, say, female players. We've seen new brands built through partnerships, through sponsorships and media rights sales. We've seen additional contents created, not just the competitions on the stage themselves, but also short videos, reality TVs, chick flicks, and all the various sorts that really add to the diversity of the community and the contents available. Now, usually when people play games, they eventually fade out, right? But by having an esports ecosystem, it's kind of like you're completing the second half of an hourglass. So as users dissipate, they retain, and they still are viewers. So when new contents come out, when new competitions come out, when new heroes launch, they're continuously re-engaged and brought in to the world of games again. So in that case, of course, we create new additional points to pay as well for additional skins, for ticketing, for example, for merchandising, for on that as well. So I think we've seen that in China. We've seen that, seen the success of contribution there, and I think we're going to see it in many markets around the world as well.
I'm very excited to get that global perspective from you, Alberto, because we just heard there how you can leverage a component of gaming, esports, to make money in all those different ways. Now that's happening in China. Can you see that expanding to the rest of the world?
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting us. We're really very, very happy to be here today on this clearly first-class worldwide event. What we're seeing from the Bandai Namco perspective is a word that we have heard before, the transmedia, and we feel that this is clearly one of the things that will be more and more bringing us to a common path. What we see is that people are coming from different sides to go to one common place or one real space. One thing that I wanted to say is that there have never been, as of today, as many employments in the video game industry, and there have never been as many consumers. And every single study that we do says that there will be more employments and more consumers. So the challenges that we are seeing when we are addressing a first priority area in the world, like the Middle East for Bandai Namco is that we would like to clearly develop more and more of this industry here with the local authorities and here with the local consumers. I feel that in the next years, there will be much more growth coming here in the Middle East, and I think that this is something that we will see, because I think that the things that are being done together are being done correctly. Probably we'll have a second chance to speak a little bit more about how education is influencing video games, about how come video games are influencing in other areas like health, like military usage, and so on, and how come all of this will converge and will converge in places, probably Neon being the right place or one of the right places to do it in the future.
We get a sense there of how gaming has got its finger in lots of different pies. And Kevin, you've got a great perspective on this because obviously you make games, you're involved in the social side of things, you know, with your previous venture, and of course you're also looking to invest in games. Which area do you see, is it possible to see just one area as the most exciting from an economic point of view, or do you think the fact is that gaming is going to percolate through every part of our economy going forward?
Yeah, I think it is going to percolate. I think if I had to pick one exciting thing, it really is, it's the evolution of the creator economy side of things, and it's beyond just creators making content around games or participating in esports and building a career that way. AI is coming. AI is going to change a lot of things, and the same sort of what they described as democratization of video creation that YouTube brought, or live streaming, like products like Twitch brought, is coming to games. And soon, a couple previous panels talked about that initial structure, that old structure of distribution of games, from creation all the way to publishing, distribution, et cetera. There's a pretty big stack there. I don't think it's as complicated of a stack as Hollywood, but it is pretty complex. I think in the near future, you're going to see things like Roblox and Fortnite, where you have a system, you have this engine, essentially, a playground almost, where anybody can go and build games. And just in case you don't know, Roblox, as an example, pays out over $600 million a year to its creators. Some of these creators are 18 years old, and they're making $20 million a year. Twitch is similar in that sense, where, again, you don't have the input skill, the traditional input skill of development or game design or systems design, but you're still able to create something. AI is going to make it so anyone in this room can make a game, and you can toss it over to your friend and say, hey, play my game, check it out. Maybe kick me $1 or $2. And so that sort of more natural, organic, viral distribution of games, I think, is coming, very similar to what YouTube did for video in the early days. And so that's, what do you even do there? Yeah, how do you really grasp that? That doesn't mean AAA titles, these big sort of complex multiplayer systems won't exist, but we're fighting for time. Time is the limiting factor. Right now, people on average play about an hour and 40 minutes a day for video games. It's a lot of time, but it will start getting eaten away with this more sort of social effect, I think, of game development, which anybody can do and share with their friends.
That democratization is fascinating. I don't think I'd heard a great deal about that before this Next World Forum. I didn't realize that YouTubeification, I suppose, of gaming was on its way for the wider population. I'd also like to talk about reach in many ways, who it is who's playing these games, who it is who's participating, because I know that the market, Danny, in China is particularly interesting as far as demographics, isn't it?
Yes. This is something probably lesser known to people who have not been to China, but just to visualize this. You are walking into an esports event where anywhere in the world you might expect the majority of the fans to be hardcore male gamers yelling, whereas my recent experience of going to an esports tournament for KPL, coincidentally, in China, is that 90% of the seats in the arena are actually taken by female fans. So that speaks to the influence and the evolution of the community when it comes to esports fans. And that's also in gaming fans as well. I think the latest stats is that as of 2023, 47% of the gamers in China are female. And we see similar trends in other places, such as Saudi Arabia as well. So I think that really adds to how gaming will continue to influence the social fabric, especially as we enter a more AI-driven, technology-driven, when gaming is more democratized. You think about the creator of the gaming contents used to be still predominantly male, and now with all the new tools and technologies accessible and readily at our hands, we were going to see a lot more people from diverse backgrounds creating games for different communities.
It feels like something of a gold rush. Can we conceive as a panel of any, with 10 minutes to go, just under 10 minutes, can we conceive as a panel of any potential hurdles, any ripples in the road? Alberto, I'll turn to you on that.
Well, it's challenges more than hurdles. But for example, there was released last week a study of the Swedish National Trade Association where they stated that if the actual trends continue in Sweden, which is not a very large country, they will be missing 25,000 skilled employment video games positions in the year 2031. So they will be short of employment. Now, here in Saudi, they are doing very good things with the DigiPen University, with the National Digital Academy, in order to start closing that gap, which I don't have data about here, but should be at least similar, or in a similar trend. That's why local content or localization, or bringing things to local, like, let me tell you, like Bandai Namco is doing with a local character called Sahin, will increase more consumers, will increase much more, will increase much more the full consumption and the full industry.
Wayne, I know this, you'll have something to say about
yeah,
this.
I'll take a flip side of it. It's half full. You know, we see opportunities. You know, if there was one thing that's held back the region, it's probably fragmentation. You know, if you look at the MENA region as a market, that fragmentation of infrastructure, you know, talent being scattered, businesses being scattered, I think we lack that opportunity to, you know, create a focal point and bring the industry together and drive collaboration and creativity. And that's what we're trying to do at NEOM, is to create that regional hub, that epicenter for content creation, to really accelerate the process, whether it's talent development. You know, we talk about females. You know, we've got a lot of programs. You know, we're in business. We're in, you know, open for business today, and we've, you know, got a range of programs in place with the likes of the National Film and Television School in the UK in gaming, DigiPen, obviously one of the world leaders, and you know, we're seeing a huge cohort of females coming through, and again, you know, looking to create the opportunities for, you know, the huge talent pool here in the country and in the region, you know, to create an anchor, you know, for the gaming sector. And that's what we're doing at NEOM, is creating a gaming cluster. You know, we've got our first joint venture, the region's first AAA game studio, which is a joint venture with NBC here in the region. You know, we've got our first incubator, again, in conjunction with DigiPen Level Up. So we see a lot of opportunities, and by consolidating, you know, talent and activity, we can really accelerate you know, the development of the sector, you know, in the region. We know we've got a, you know, foundation here in terms of the size of the market. It does overperform versus other markets in the world. You know, Saudi alone is the 19th largest market in the world, and, you know, for per capita. So we do punch way above our weight. So, but there's so much more opportunity, and what we want to try and do is harness, you know, the talent pool here and the opportunities, you know, as we're seeing through conferences like this, that the region represents.
Very exciting time here in the region. Danny and Kevin, I'm going to close the panel with you. I can't believe we're already into our last 5 minutes. Danny, I'd like to sort of, I suppose, it doesn't sound like there could be anything major that's going to get in the way of this exponential growth. Would you say that the only way is up? Is there any sort of cooling down period you think on its way? I mean, I doubt it, but I have to ask the question.
I think the general direction is up, no doubt. But I do think it's a whiny way up. So there are going to be roadblocks that they're not going to actually block the road, but it's going to take time to convince them. For example, governments. Like the previous generation of people in power, they usually are not gamers, and they usually probably don't have kids who are avid gamers or esports fans yet. So we've encountered some of that in our commercial activities in China. It's going to take some time for people to realize the potential of the industry, the impact it's already having on us and on the new generation. I mean, so that which makes places like where we are here, like Saudi Arabia, such a interesting place to be and such a pioneering place to be, with a government that is so young and so committed to the growth of gaming and esports with an understanding of the space. That's very encouraging. So, but it's not the case everywhere in the world yet. So we're going to see some roadblocks because of that, but I think, you know, they will dissolve as a matter of time.
Kevin?
Yeah. I mean, I agree with Danny on the government regulation side. I think this is really government trying to figure out top down. The biggest problem, so to speak, is social media and what social media is doing to society, and how the youth are reporting increased percentages of loneliness and anxiety and depression and detachment, and that will certainly impact the games industry. We've seen this regulated in China with curfews for kids. That's just governments thinking, hey, wait, hold on, what's going on here? And well, there'll be some impact. I don't think it's going to really slow things down. I think what it's forcing the industry to really think about, which is a positive sort of maybe mini hurdle in a sense of, what do we really want to do with all this time that people are spending in our category? If you think about the elderly, it's, you know, the average age of a gamer is actually 35. Many people's perception is that it's younger. It is in fact that the youth are playing more games. Again, the #1 entertainment leisure time of the 7 hours a day that you spend outside of work and school on the internet. That's the average person spends seven hours a day connected. About an hour and a half, 2 hours is video game. After that's online video. What do you do? And when you look at a lot of the top games in the world in terms of monetization and daily engagement, they're effectively, you know, slightly overcomplicated slot machines, and that's what people use to pass the time. And they're also full of abusive monetization. And so what happens is you feel this regret. You feel like you're wasting time. But many games that we talk about, many of the games that are being displayed at Gamers 8, for instance, are social. They're connective tissue. They make you feel better. They make you feel connected to your friends. They help you find strangers. They help you actually bridge cultures around the world. And so where will all that time go? The good news is that intersection of that regulation will mostly impact those bad games, so to speak, the casual games that used to use all the user data that Facebook and other systems would allow you to use to target. And so now that that's being changed and it's becoming more expensive to get users into simplistic, basic time waste systems like that, maybe there will be a flock more towards better games, so to speak, insofar as you can define that. We've seen that already a little bit. There was a huge bump in games in general due to COVID. A lot of that was mobile. Mobile has sort of tapered off and back to sort of a normal growth scale, but PC and console, which are, you know, more the rich games, the more social games, are seeing a little bit of a boost as a result, potentially as a catch mechanism from those that are leaving mobile but don't want to remove games from their daily life. So I think that's a positive hurdle.
That is absolutely fascinating. Honestly, what an interesting panel. Thank you so much to all four of you for joining us on the stage. You've all sort of picked out elements that we're actually going to be expanding on later on in the next World Forum. You know, those subjects of loneliness, regulation, how women are interacting with gaming as well, and young women are interacting. So really setting the stage for the next day and a half here at Next World Forum. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'd be delighted to join me in thanking our guests for joining us. Thank you very much, Danny Tang, Alberto Gonzalez-Lorca, Wayne Borg, and Kevin Lin. Thank you, gentlemen and madam, for your time. Absolute pleasure to have you join me here on the Next World Forum stage. It's always hard after a panel that good to sort of turn your attention onto the next element. But luckily, Lucy is here to help me make that transition. What an interesting session.
Yeah, that was really fascinating, really insightful stuff. And 30 minutes just is never long enough for this kind of discussion today.
It was amazing. I could have gone on for ages. I mean, it really was. It was interesting also to hear about how Neom is being designed as that future home of gaming, and then to hear how esports is going to play in with that, and of course the talk that you had before that, talking about the pillars of culture that hold up our society, and the fact that gaming is now one of those pillars. Really interesting
just the evolution of the space. You know, I'm someone who's been covering gaming for quite a number of years, and it's just been really fascinating to watch it go from this kind of niche thing where people are playing in their bedrooms or whatever, just this kind of overarching industry that's really infiltrating and penetrating so many different markets. It's really incredible.
It is good. It's good fun, and it's the reason why we're all here today at Next World Forum to find out all about those various different facets. Now, Lucy, you've got another panel coming up. What's going down?
I do. Yes, I'll be examining the relationship between esports and the Olympics. You know, making esports an Olympic sport is a subject that's come up time and time again. It's the point of controversy. Some people are for it, some people are against it, and this is exactly what we're going to be discussing on stage momentarily.
I will leave you to it. To invite your guests
Thank
on,
you.
I will go.
And my panelists are already on their way. So if you would join me in giving them a warm round of applause, that would be fantastic.
Hey,
Thank you. So, quick fun fact before we kick off. You know, the first Esports Olympics week was held in Singapore this year, with over 100 athletes from around the world competing in 10 virtual sports. Now, it's a move that was met with excitement. It's a move that was met with some criticism as well. So we're set to discuss to what extent Olympic Esports Week can be considered esports, and discussing the wider relationship between the Olympics and esports. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce my panelists. So we've got Timo Kruger, Commercial Director of Esports and Gaming for audience measurement data and analytics company Nielsen. We have JP, Managing Director for Neom Sports. Hicham Shaheen, co-CEO and founder of professional esports organization Ninjas in Pajamas, and I must say, one of my favorite names for a company ever. And finally, Matt Woods, CEO and co-founder of esports news and media company AFK Esports. So first things first, how are you guys? You good?
Good. Yeah, very well.
It's going to be a great conversation. So like I just mentioned, the first Olympic week in Singapore was held this year. The IOC, the International Olympic Committee, and Olympic Esports Series have come under fire from the gaming industry, with many feeling that the games chosen were not truly representative of the true spirit of esports, opting for games that depict traditional sports like virtual taekwondo, Just Dance, and Zwift, which is, of course, the virtual cycling game. So rather than going for these big esports titles like Dota 2 and League of Legends, for example. So what should have been a victory for esports has brought a lot of criticism from competitive gamers as the biggest names are left out of the competition. So do you think it's fair to say that is it fair to call this an esports competition? Is the Olympics getting video games wrong? And anyone can start.
I'll go first. I don't think this was done for the purpose of esports. It was done for the goals of the Olympics. So how do they get more, people from Gen Z, a younger audience, interested in what's going on in the Olympics, the sports? And for that reason, I think the failures developed.
So you think so it's not a point of getting those esports titles out there. It was about giving video games a chance in the Olympics realm, but making those games more aligned with Olympic sports.
Yeah, I would argue it was more of not necessarily a crisis, a bit dramatic, but how do they get more and more people watching the Olympics, caring about it from this generational age? Yeah. And I think someone in the room, well, I'm sure many people thought, oh, okay, this is a great way of getting this people included. And that's why when you look at the titles, there's very few that really you would say, oh, that's an esport. There's definitely a couple of great games.
Yeah.
And there's also IP that I don't think anyone had ever heard of before it was announced.
Anyone have anything to add to that?
I think also gaming is very caught up in the sense of that esports is the established esports titles. So the outrage probably stems from that to a large degree. I also think they got it wrong in the sense that if you want to widen the demographic, reach the Gen Z audience, why wouldn't you tap into esports communities that exists with these audiences, right? And that's where I feel like it had a little bit of bad taste when you tried inventing something that didn't really exist with a followership base, a viewership base, and even competitors and athletes in the first place.
Yeah.
I think, if I can add to that, it's classic of any industry, isn't it? Industry is about growth, and growth means that you're going to fall over as you grow, because you make mistakes. It's kind of replicant, if I'm honest, of when traditional sports, if you can call it that, the Olympics started in 1896.
Yeah.
It was male-dominated, it had 9 sports, and that was it. And the evolution of the Olympic Games themselves has faltered along the way with criticism, etc., but it's continued to grow. This was a first foray of the Olympic world into that space. Rightly or wrongly, and certainly not mine to have an opinion on that, but I suspect it's the beginning of something that will evolve. Without tech and innovation in any industry right now, there's not going to be any growth. So I think all sport and arguably all industries recognize that that evolution of using tech and innovation has to happen. How it happens is up to the industry to mold and massage. But to Hisham's point, I couldn't agree more. Take your communities with you and learn as you grow.
I think because the esports world is growing so significantly, it's huge, and this is the moment, this is the platform we've been waiting for, and everyone's getting really excited, and it's like, oh, They haven't necessarily gone down the path we thought they were going to do. So it does feel like a bit like a missed trick. It's definitely putting the kind of realm of esports and the Olympics back into the conversation, back at top-line headlines, but like the criticism says, I think they've gone off-piste a little bit and didn't quite nail what we've been waiting for all this time.
I think the other thing to remember, though, is if you spoke to those athletes that took part in the first virtual week, if you put them in a room with those that would play what others might consider traditional esports, it's a bit like a debate on both sides. Both feel validated by what they do. Both feel they are esport athletes. It's now a case of the industry and the two of them coming together to be able to grow. You know, if I personalize it to NEOM. NEOM, you heard my colleague refer to NEOM as the future. We have to embed technology and innovation in sport to ensure that we become that innovative hub. And to use it as almost a critical factor of life. How can it overlay in education? How can it overlay in health and well-being? How does it become that entertainment industry? So if you take both communities and wed them and move them forward and use the data that people like Nielsen can provide, it's got to move it forward.
Yeah, it's that natural evolution, isn't it? Timo, you look like you want to say something.
I just would like to add, as you all said, I agree with everything you're saying. On the other hand, I think we need to give especially the IOC a little bit of time, right? It's a trial and error period at the moment. It's also very complex because we have this big thing with the publishers, right? The power is with the publishers. If they don't give the license away, is Riot interested to cooperate with the Olympics? Pro and cons probably. But I think what we can see is in general from the Olympics and what we can expect, they open up at the moment, right? They open up for skateboarding, they open up for surfing. There's still this very traditional archery stuff happening. And now esports for the first time. I agree if you say the very traditional esports title are not in yet. But I think we also don't understand the strategy right now behind that, right? So maybe in the future it's Dota, but at the moment they still have this, we call it in our world like virtual sports stuff, where you have this physical factor included. And this for me makes sense. Is that hitting the mass audience? Probably not at the moment, but we'll see where that is going. That's why I'm saying trial and error period at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, we've kind of the shared element of skill, competition, and global participation, the element of physicality in both esports and of course the Olympics. Do you think it's fair to say that both esports events and Olympics, they share similarities? Do you think it's fair to draw that comparison?
I think you can start with say that all of them are based of competition, right? With athletes, participants, chasing excellence in whatever they compete in. So we can start there. Now, they're different in the sense that the Olympics is every 4 years. It spans a wide array of sports. Esports today, there's attempts to consolidate. Gamers 8 is a good example of that. But usually it happens very isolated, right? It's publisher-driven, it is tournament organizer-driven, it is, to most extents, privately funded, as an example. And for that, different esports ecosystem, they live very isolated. They're not aggregated and consolidated under large umbrellas in sports, which is bringing it together in that sense.
Yep. Anyone else, anything to add to that?
Just quick saying, the foundation, I like that, Hicham. The foundation of the Olympics is to bring athletes together in one sport for one common reason, to compete under the same circumstances in a fair environment. And I like that about esports because at Gamers 8, at IEM Cologne, you see that, right? So I think one big advantage of esports is there are no national boundaries. You bring the people together and they compete, right? Yes, it's definitely way more digital, but it is kind of the same idea.
But I think it's the basic principles, isn't it?
Exactly.
The ambition is to compete at the highest level, to create a level playing field, to ensure the athletes are in peak performance environment and for them to be at their peak level. So the ambition is the same, the ultimate vision is the same, the methodology and structure around it might be different.
Yeah, and I think one of the kind of criticisms or the arguments is it's the physicality, the fact that, you know, with traditional sports it's a test of physical strength, whereas with esports it's a different kind of strength. I don't want to say exactly what, but you know, the two aren't really marrying up. They're at odds with each other. So does esports in its current form, as we know it, have a place in a global athletic competition? That is a test of physical strength. I think that's where a lot of the arguments come from.
So
sorry. I would argue there's a completely different issue as well, which is accessibility. So, you know, the Olympics is how can everybody take part and bring people together and communities. Who determines the game title and also the platform? You know, perhaps people coming from African countries or South America, they won't have the same infrastructure, they won't have access to computers for different reasons. So they're limited perhaps to mobile game titles, and then that means participation can't take place. And we saw this with some issues from representatives at the Commonwealth Games in the UK, where people from African nations, they didn't have the same experience to that point.
Yeah.
And I might slightly challenge that. I agree 100%, but I would suggest, is there really ever such a thing as an equitable playing field in any competition?
Yeah.
I mean, if you take it back to first principles, if you look at the World Athletics Championships that have just happened, and you've got a runner from country X and a runner from country Y, the background they come from, the accessibility to equipment, etc., is a point of divergence. So can that be? I'm not really sure. But equally, having met some of the athletes in Birmingham, they were in the best physical condition I've seen. So I'm not sure that I believe in the sort of physical argument. There's a colleague of mine who refers to something called the phygital, which is the digital and the physical world together. And I think they're a great example of that.
Yeah, I've also heard the term phygital, and I do definitely think it has a place in this argument, in this conversation. So I just want to kind of rewind back a little bit and discuss how esports has grown from grassroots competition to this global phenomenon with professional leagues and like jaw-dropping, like huge prize pools. You know, what has it been like witnessing this trajectory for those who have been in the industry long enough?
We were talking about it actually backstage before we came on. I joined NIP in 2016 in the summer. I think that was, 2 years after esports kind of saw its first like large arena event in IM Katowice and Cologne to follow up. And since then, it has been kind of, for me, that was the inflection point, right? Where they're emerging cross-game titles. The industry is professionalizing. The level of what is accepted of players as athletes and professionalism is just elevating. The structures of the industry is coming together. I perceive, at least, that we're taking a lot of inspiration from other sports in how this is done. Either it is on how we develop and nurture talents and athletes from a physical, mental component, lifestyle component, but also have league structures in terms of product, in terms of commercializations is put together. And I think it's going so fast that we, which have been living this for the last 6-7 years, aren't even able to look back at it and realize how fast it's gone.
Yeah.
It's just like you're just in a constantly changing status quo, right?
From a Nielsen perspective, it's actually quite funny. I mean, I'm working on esports, but if you look at what's happening during the last 10, 15 years, like we all understand the soccer environment, the World Championship is happening every 4 years. But in esports, it takes so much time to be up to date every day. You need to learn like the new ecosystem. There's a new game popping up. Then some games are disappearing from esports. Then there's a new World Championship. We're looking into Southeast Asia where Mobile Legends is going crazy. PUBG Mobile is going super big in Asia and so on. So Valorant, we talked about it, right, is announcing a new circuit next year. So you need to be up to date with that. But what does it mean? In the end, I think it's an indicator that this whole industry is growing, is changing. And we are still in a time where we see this tremendous growth, also from a fans and gamers perspective. And I think that's the key point. So as I said also with the IOC, I think it still needs some time, but it's in a very, very interesting period at the moment.
Yeah, you're right, and I think you're very right. You know, it does need a bit of time. It's still, in the grand scheme of things, very new. It's very early, trial and error, putting the feelers out there. So we're on the right path. But then, what is the right path? You know, who am I to say that's the right path? I think it's no secret. We were talking earlier about how, you know, esports is kind of connecting kind of Gen Z with the Olympics and kind of bringing them into the world of sports. Do you think the inclusion of esports in the Olympics would have the potential or could help bridge these generational gaps and promote the event to younger demographics?
So I definitely think that there's some consideration there. Digital natives, really.
Yes.
It is not the generation. The average viewership age of the Olympics sits around 50. Digital natives are not that same age group.
Yes.
And you look at something like the Arena Games. So the Arena Games in Singapore, which was a combination of the Super League Triathlon and World Triathlon, they changed the format of the event and used Zwift, albeit possibly not traditional esports, a digital interpretation of a sport, for that event. It increased broadcast by 48%. It increased video viewership from 13 million to 26 million. So I would say yes to your answer as a simple example.
Yeah. I think an interesting example and a case to look back at is in September, the Asian Games is happening. They've included Kings of Honors, Valorant or Honor, whatever. Same game has a lot of different names, but it's the first time this is incorporated, right? In a setting which is very similar to what the Olympics are in terms of the Asian Games. And there is this sense of excitement in China. So we have a lot of our business in China. And when you talk to stakeholders, you observe fans, PR community sentiment, there's a genuine excitement that this is happening at the Asian Games. It is driving the ecosystem also forwards in terms of the broadcasting side, the sponsorship side, the commercial side, mainstream interest and participation. So it is, we might not feel it here, but when you go down to China, you sense that this is a really huge thing. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that develops when the competition is over after October and what the results actually were.
And the intriguing thing is, the Asian Games are an Olympic accredited event.
Oh, wow. I guess another step forward in the right direction. So what do you think are the criteria for esports games to qualify as an Olympic sport? You know, maybe with an emphasis on active esports where your body is quite literally the controller, as we've just seen.
I think a big thing, going back to the last point as well, was 9 out of 10 Gen Z see themselves as gamers.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're into esports right now. Like when I think esports, I think of the big titles, Dota, CSGO, Valorant, League of Legends, and those in themselves are communities. So if you want to reach this younger audience, you need to perhaps, and this is what I think the IOC have done, try to create new esports in some ways. So communication, I think, is an important thing. And then you need to look at what are people playing. So if you look at Gamers 8 with Rocket League, that was a huge success within the Rocket League community and beyond. And I think that's probably where they can be successful. And I think one thing the IOC did really successful was Fortnite, pushing to get that involved at the end and then creating a means that interested everybody in Fortnite. Because I wouldn't say right now Fortnite is an esport, despite a massively successful event in the past. But in terms of player base, how many active users does Fortnite have? Far more than many other games.
Yeah, that's very, very true. So I see you nodding there. Anyone want to add anything?
Agree.
Okay. So do you think, esports need to be a digitally simulated version of the real sport? Do you think that is why we're not going for these big kind of esports titles at the moment, and we're bringing more games that kind of match real life sports and real life physicality? Do we need it to be a digitally simulated version of that sport?
I'm not sure they need to be mutually exclusive. Why one has to validate the other. You would argue that there's space for both in the fact that we go back to the original point of adding technology to life. That is going to change fundamentally the way that we live, whether it's sport or not. And if that's the case, the traditional esports and physically changed sports to make them more digital, and therefore are they considered esports? Does it matter?
No, I guess it feels to a lot of the esports community, or based on things I've read, I can't talk about the whole esports community, but making that move to have the kind of digital version of a traditional sport is a way to include everyone to kind of level the playing field, rather than having two separate entities of kind of Dota, League of Legends competing against, I don't know, athletes doing 100 meters or doing something else in the Olympics.
Isn't that kind of like comparing? You could argue that's comparing a boxer to a footballer. Very different cultures, very different approaches, very different training. Neither is better than the other. They both hold a valid spot within sport.
Yeah, no,
Just to
no, you're
challenge
right.
back.
You know, they share kind of dedication, teamwork, discipline,
Based on the
much
same
like
principles.
traditional, conventional athletes.
A Dota 2 athlete
Mhm.
will invest as much of themselves as a Zwift athlete.
And you can take an example where they do exist, a digital version. Take FIFA as an example,
Mhm.
right? Where there's a physical version, there's a digital version, but the digital exists already. And I think the large question is, should we invent sports in an esports formats that aren't an esport, right? Why isn't the purpose of the Olympics to tap into existing sports and sports communities which already are there? And is the IOC's role to invent new esports genres? Probably not.
And you could throw it to say, and is it esports' role to change? We were talking earlier behind stage, could the FIFA game, in inverted commas, change the way that people see football?
Mhm.
I'm not sure that either has a role that should be fundamental.
I think there's very something to be said about why did the Olympics become so popular in those sports? And there is a physical element, like bodies are on the line in all traditional sports. So some of the debate that we're having right now on stage is around what esports are, and maybe that inclusion will take place over the next 5, 10, 20 years. But when you're looking beyond that, in terms of what games and the metaverse and all these different elements could become, how does putting your body on the line, how does that change games and esports? So I don't think the idea, if you actually have watched any of the virtual sports, they can be quite entertaining, like virtual taekwondo is something to watch, but I think it misses what taekwondo is at heart.
Yeah.
And therefore it doesn't translate to every sport. If you looked at the sailing equivalent, it was a bit lackluster in comparison. So I think some sports can become virtual and be successful, and others, they're just losing what's at the heart of the sport.
Yeah, yeah. So what do you think about the skepticism surrounding the inclusion of esports in the Olympics due to concerns about violence in games or their kind of sports status? Do you guys have any opinions on that?
I think these are the topics of every workshop, right? Like what's violent, what's not, right? So obviously, if you look at Counter-Strike, for example, yes, it is violent, terrorists against the police. But in the end, if you follow, and maybe Hitcham, you can jump in on that, is if you look how the athletes, the players are actually acting, it's not about killing someone or something. It's about a strategy. You want to create a strategy that you beat the other team, and nothing else happens in a soccer locker room, right? So people who still see and want to find the violence, yes, of course, you can find that in Counter-Strike. But I think if you look, for example, in Denmark, right, the Prime Minister is opening the Blast event and says, you guys are all experts. In Denmark, also, Counter-Strike is part of a school education program. So this is a different angle, I would say. And I think if you understand these games and if you don't see the weapon as weapons as a tool to win the game, I think this is just a different perspective, what I sometimes explain to myself.
Yeah. And you also have fighting at the Olympics in that sense, right? So I think you don't have to put all esports under an umbrella. You can also separate on titles, what is included, what is not, what is friendly, what is not. I think there's age concerns probably stems down to local countries, I might say, right? Where in some games you need to be 18 years to play. Should that be widely accessible to people under 18 and types of broadcasting and so on? So I think that you can have League of Legends, you can have Valorant, games that are less violent. You don't have to jump and put Counter-Strike as the first game of entry, and more have it as an evolving type of expansion.
Yeah, so that's interesting you said that, because I was going to say, how can these different game genres be categorized or modified to address these concerns and create a fair competitive landscape? Is there a way to do that, do you think?
There's probably many ways. I haven't thought too much about how you would do that, but I think we were talking back to how it works on the publisher side, as an example. We were also talking about inventing new esports to come in. I don't think it will be perceived as unfair in the esports community if which games make it in or not. I think that will be commonly understood if some games were excluded and some games were not. So I don't think it's like about being fair to every single esports, right? Just like you are not fair to every single sports that's included or not at the Olympics.
It's
I mean,
exactly.
we also have to consider the interests of the IOC and the interests of the publishers. As I said, is there an interest from Riot, Ubisoft to collaborate, and do they get any benefit from it? Can they extend their target group? That's the question, right?
Yeah. And let's think about the effect of media in all this. Media love to inflame the debate. It's esport versus the Olympics. Well, if you speak to the International Squash Federation, they have been trying for years to get into the Olympics.
Yeah.
And I think one important topic which we don't speak about a lot is esports is new, fresh. There's just a handful of games which have survived a decade, right? So it's a little bit also back to track record, longevity, and in terms of you are included or not. In gaming and esports in general, you might have games which launches today, becomes a huge esports, lasts for 2 years, and dies, right? Let's take Overwatch as an example. So there's these track record topics as well. If you include something in an Olympic, at least for me, there needs to be an expectation that this is around for a very long time going forward as well.
And this is exactly a risk for the IOC, right? Because they want to be sustainable. They want to create a system for it, and not just say after one Olympic event, goodbye to the game, right?
I think an important thing there is the genre. So like, if you identify MOBA as a really successful genre that will be around forever, at least the foreseeable future, then there's a reason for the IOC to invest into perhaps producing their own MOBA if they can't pick between the different MOBA games. And then you create a really interesting environment where players are trying to adapt, if they value participating in the Olympics, to become good at that new game. So I think that's what there is a potential for, if you can narrow down key genres. And then you avoid the publisher issue where it's like, hey, which game do I work with? The publisher is interested. And I think that's the approach they're going to have to take. And that's the value that the Olympics has. That's why we're having this conversation, because people care about the Olympics.
Yeah.
You know, they've grown up with it. They've been taught, hey, this is, you know, you win an Olympic gold medal. That's something to aspire to when you're a kid. So there is an opportunity there. And that's why people perhaps maybe they come in later end of their career trying to win Worlds and League of Legends and then say, hey, I'm going to go try this new MOBA to win an Olympic gold for my country.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the narrative I think the Olympic can create. It requires a lot of time.
Yes.
And you can't jump on the greed of, hey, we're going to capitalize on this right now.
Yeah,
you know, esports will be here for the future.
Oh, yes.
So you need to have a strategy for that.
Yeah, yeah. So with that in mind, you know, what kind of potential collaboration between the IOC and esports organizations, what do you think needs to happen for popular esports games to be included as an official sport? And or just suggestions?
I think
they're thinking.
It goes slightly to Matt's point in the fact that because the Olympics have been around for so long, they are seen as the pinnacle of sport, which is why we're even having the conversation.
Yes.
Is, you know, everyone has put esports into the conversation with the Olympics, whether they wanted to be put there or not. That's another consideration.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? There's some sports that are quite happy to not necessarily be there. I think that evolution of discussion, it goes back to what we were saying. This isn't going to happen overnight.
No, yeah,
and the
sure.
Olympic Games themselves are still evolving. You know, they're continually trying to adapt to the changes in society, which is why this conversation has even started. So it's a case of continuous dialogue, continuous education on both sides, and then an agreement, and to trial and test.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I think a key element of testing, which is important, is how do you bring people in to see what they're interested in at the moment as well. So we did something recently with some influencers and cricket in the UK, and they didn't know anything about cricket, but that was part of the education, learning about the sport, sharing that with their audience, and then they got to see, oh, actually, this is really interesting, I'm going to keep watching. And I think where the virtual sport conversation comes up is engaging that audience in the existing sports and seeing what alternatives there could be.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, just realise we've only got a short that's under a minute. Quick question, with the ever-changing, the ever-changing face of technology, shifting social perceptions and kind of more acceptance for the digital medium and all the kind of things that we've mentioned, do you think we'll ever see the Olympics evolve into something more? It's going to go away from that traditional path and evolve to become this separate thing. In a few years down the line, we'll be saying, oh, the Olympics used to be really traditional and used to be like this, and now it's evolved into this new space that encourages the digital to work as well closely with the physical as well.
I think we see it already.
Yeah.
I think those steps have already begun to happen. Who would have thought that you'd be looking at 3x3 basketball as the focus versus traditional basketball, etc. The short game for the introduction of technology and innovation. I think the IOC knows, as every industry, if I'm honest, it's not just sport, it's our world. If you don't embrace it now, you're not going to move forward.
Yeah.
Plus, I think the importance of influencers, content creators will play a massive role. Yeah. I'm surprised that the IOC Olympic Series was not broadcasted on Twitch or YouTube. It was an own closed channel, which was surprising to me because you find the community on YouTube, on Twitch, and other platforms. So what I will expect very soon is that you will see new content formats for the Olympics, but also maybe for the Olympic Esports Series, because there are content creators in the world who have a massive followership, and to combine that, I think that's the future to tackle these new target groups, because they are on these platforms, they are not in TV anymore, if I trust our data, which I do, obviously. But that's really the thing. We see a tremendous change that kids, younger people, stepping away from classical TV into YouTube, into Twitch, and so on, and that's their home pretty much.
Yeah, and you're right, we are seeing the kind of foundations being laid already, so it'll be interesting to see where we're going to go on this journey. I want to say thank you to my panelists. Can you give them a round of applause for imparting their insights. So Timo, JP, Hitchem, Matt, thank you very, very much. I do appreciate your time. If you'd like to go off to the right, that'd be fab. Okay, so another brilliant panel discussion in the bag, my all-knowledgeable panelists. Now, before we break for lunch, I just want to remind you, don't forget to check out our second stage at the Plexus Pavilion. We've got a ton of brilliant sessions there, and like my brilliant co-host mentioned, you'll be able to throw some questions to our panelists and all the people on stage there as well, unlike here, where we ask the questions. And just a reminder that we have a very special event on this stage at the end of the day, towards the end of the day, at about 4:15. Now, I know I'm being very vague and ambiguous, but that is for a reason. All will become clear later. And when we're back after lunch, we've got an exciting session that's all about the metaverse with a specific focus on Epic Games and how it empowers creators. So we will be back at 1:30. So go and grab some food, grab a drink, some fresh air, and I will see you back in just under an hour. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're suitably fed and watered, or they're not feeling too full. No feelings of lethargy this afternoon. I want your full attention for our brilliant panels and sessions that we've got for you for the second half of the day. So I do hope you're ready for the second installment. Now, before we start, I know I mentioned this before we break for lunch, but I just want to make sure you guys don't miss out on all the amazing things and installations that we've got around the venue. So we've got the hologram room, the AI Oasis, check out the avatar engine, create your likeness in the metaverse. That one's got to be done. You can even take a history trip around the first gaming consoles, take a little stroll down memory lane, which is always something I love to do. And of course, don't miss the Plexus Pavilion. This is our second stage where you have the opportunity to ask our speakers questions. You can fire questions away at anyone who's on the stage. And just another reminder that we've got a rather special segment here on stage at 4:15. I still can't give away too much, but I promise you it will be worth the wait, and it will be worth you putting your backsides in those seats at that time. Okay, so next up, we have a session that's all about the metaverse, a huge talking point at the moment. You can't go anywhere without hearing the term metaverse. This particular session is about the building blocks of the user-generated content and creator ecosystem from an Epic point of view. Now, it promises to be quite a brilliant, eye-opening 30 minutes. So please join me in welcoming to the stage David Stelzer, Senior Director of Unreal Engine Business for Games for Epic Games.
Thank you, everybody. As mentioned, my name is David Stelzer. I'm the Director of Unreal Engine Games. Before I get started, I wanted to thank His Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, all of the men and women for making this great conference possible, as well as all our sponsors. So before we can talk about the metaverse and where Epic's part is in that, we should talk about who is Epic Games. Not everybody here may know them, but we've been around for 30 years at this point, which is pretty incredible. That's probably longer than I think 70% of the population here is old. So you may not remember games such as ZZT from 1991 or Jill of the Jungle from 1992. Some people here might know Unreal Tournament. Others might know Gears of War. And hopefully by now everybody knows Fortnite, Rocket League, and Fall Guys. But we are now in 15 countries, 50 global offices, over 5,000 employees, quite a few contractors to go along with that. And when we talk about the ecosystem to make up the metaverse, Epic is much more than the games we make, as you can see here. We're divided up into tools, content, services, distribution, communities, all the things you need to take your creations out wherever you want to take them, whether that's within Epic's side of the world or you want to take them elsewhere. Because we believe that the metaverse is going to be built by all of us, not just by the big companies. We also want the metaverse to be open. It's not a walled garden. It's for you to build your wildest dreams and take those dreams and distribute them to people however you see fit. So how did we get started on this journey to tools for the metaverse? It started at the center with the Unreal Engine around Epic Games, and we started to slowly build up all these companies that you can see around here. Many of these things to work well with creator tools, Unreal Engine, et cetera. But it was confusing. We had many products to navigate, too many points of contact, multiple marketplaces, and overall it was a really disjointed experience. You couldn't really tell what went well with what thing. So we decided to break it up, make it something a bit more digestible here. So you have tools bucket, content, services, distribution, and communities to help you with everything. We moved from UE4 to UE5 in around February of this year, and so far 77% of the users of UE4 have come over to UE5. And 50% of announced next-gen games are currently being built in UE5. There's a whole slew of games as well that haven't been announced that are also being built in Unreal Engine. We really are dominating in the console and PC space. This is a good list of partners. We showed off this list at GDC earlier this year. This represents AAA, AA, indies, mobile. It'd be great if we could see studios from this region here in the years to come. And we'll give you a little taste of what kinds of things people have been building on Unreal Engine thus far. We'll give you some of games and a little bit of film and television in here too. Please enjoy.
Taking me to places that nobody knows. It's what we've waited for.
See, videos are great. They do a lot of the work for me. I don't have to do as much talking. But as you can see from that, you have all kinds of styles being used in the Unreal Engine. Super high fidelity to animated cartoon styles. You saw work that was being done in virtual production with House of Dragons. And currently we've got more than 550 film and TV projects being made with Unreal Engine. The engine itself goes well beyond video games. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on with the engine is that you can use the engine for pretty much everything. So when we think about the tools here, it's important to note that the tools are open. So what does that mean? It means that you use what you want to use, when you want to use, how you want to use it. We want you to build the workflows that work for you. With this setup of powerful tools, we hope that you can use your wildest imagination and build things that we haven't even thought of to this point. So after the Unreal Engine, the next thing that is important to talk about from a product standpoint is UEFN, or Unreal Engine for Fortnite. What this is a tool set that allows people who don't have the skills to use the full version of Unreal Engine and make games. Actually, they can make Fortnite games that they can publish directly into Fortnite. So you have the ability to use a creative tool set, you have the ability to have publishing, and in addition to that, we give 40% of the total revenue pool of Fortnite back to creators who engage an audience. So what makes this work well? If you don't know how to code, you don't need to know C++, you don't need to go deep into the engine. We've created a new coding language called Verse. And Verse is kind of this bridge that will allow you to dig into the tool set and make it do more than it will do on its face. It's a super powerful new programming language, and it's still evolving as we go. The tools for UEFN, as well as Verse, are going to get better and better over time with the more people who put out products with it. So the other great thing is when you go and you publish with UEFN, you're not just publishing into Fortnite, but you're publishing into everywhere that Fortnite is published. So you get all of these platforms immediately as you publish and access to everybody who is a Fortnite player, which is currently over 650 million registered users worldwide. I'll give you a little taste of what people have created so far with UEFN. So everything you saw there was created with the new UEFN toolset. Your game does not have to look and feel like Fortnite, and it lives within the Fortnite creative portion of the game. And the last of our products here is called Twinmotion. Twinmotion is great. Twinmotion is a streamlined visualization. 3D output. So it sounds complex, but what does it mean? It really means that you can take your renders, your models, put them and drop them in the world where you want them based on a map. You can set the weather, you can drag and drop environments, trees, people, and run simulations of what this product might look like. It's been amazing for the architectural market. As I said, it allows you to visualize, assemble, collaborate, and best of all, it allows you to pull from directly into Twinmotion. As you can see, many of these are built deeply within the architecture world, but also within a lot of the creative and visualization industries. Here's a little bit of what it looks like when you drop something into Twinmotion. So now that you've seen the various products that we have, there's this whole slew of tools that work with these products. So all these tools are designed to help you as the first-time user all the way through people who are seasoned professionals. One of the first ones I want to talk about is the MetaHuman Creator. If you haven't seen this, MetaHuman Creator basically allows you to use a tool set and create lifelike digital characters that are fully modeled, and it works seamlessly with MetaHuman Animator. MetaHuman Animator will take those characters, rig them, and allow them to be animated immediately. It all works through the cloud. You have a tool set where you set up the pieces and you design your character the way you want it to look. It takes all of about 20 minutes for work that would take hours, if not days. Here's a little bit of what it looks like when people have created MetaHuman characters. All of these characters, it's the facial that you're looking at, put into the workflows that people have been using, and it's pretty amazing to see what people have done with this so far. I want to stress again that these were not made from models that folks put in or any digital files that were used for this. This is literally working from the tool set, taking a blank human and designing it from scratch. This works really well with reality scan and reality capture, which are there to help transform the physical world into digital assets. This is based on a free desktop application that allows you to scan immersive environments into high-fidelity digital assets. It's free to download the mobile app and create the high-fidelity 3D models using your phone or your tablet. It's pretty amazing. So once we get past the tools and we get past the products, you're going to need content. You're going to need assets. You're going to need things to populate the worlds that you make for your metaverse. So this gives you a little timeline of what we did. We've got Unreal Engine, we have Quixel, we have ArtStation. It's pieces to your world so that you don't have to create things from scratch. This was a little confusing. All these marketplaces had been disjointed. So earlier this year, we decided to bring all of them together into a singular product. So this singular marketplace is called Fab. And Fab is a unified marketplace that gives all digital content creators the single place to buy, share, and sell all of their digital assets. And what I mean by buy, share, and sell is you can actually download these things. They're specifically optimized so that they'll work within Unreal Engine, but they'll also work within Unity, they'll work within UEFN, they'll work in Roblox. Use them how you would like to. As we said, it's your metaverse. Take your assets, do what you want with them. But because it's also an asset store, you have the opportunity to build a business by taking your assets, putting them into Fab, and selling them as your own. Just like with all of our other stores and other pieces that we assist with the marketplace, it's an 88-12 split in favor of you. So here's a little example of what it looks like to take assets from the Fab store and work them directly into the project that you're working on in the editor. As you can see, it's easy as dragging and dropping. Once you've done that, you have a Epic tools that we talked about. As you can see here from the Venn diagram, we have the sweet spot here of importing directly into UEFN via our Fab plugin. But as we said, this is creator powered. It's a marketplace that doesn't exist unless creators continue to feed it. So we welcome the opportunity for everybody to upload their assets, sell their assets, share assets, and make the marketplace more and more robust over time. Here's a little bit to show you what people have done so far with Fab. So also for those who are unfamiliar with Quixel Megascans, as well as with Sketchfab, Quixel is basically high-definition scans that allow you to bring into your games the most detailed renders that we've done from all over the world. Sketchfab allows you to take 3D assets and turn them into 2D. So for instance, you can publish those assets directly to web. It's an awesome tool when you're looking to do marketing collateral directly out of your game. So the next piece is as you're done with your project and you're looking to deploy that project, you're going to need to look at everything that's needed on the back end. This is where Epic Online Services comes in. We provide an open and modular set of online services that streamlines the creation of common operational functions. All of these services are free to use. You've got this broken down into two buckets. You have your game services as well as your Epic account services. access to our social graph, our Epic accounts, friends, and overlay. And when you have access to that social graph and to the account system, you now have access to the 600 and some odd million registered users for Fortnite, and they all become an opportunity to play your game. In addition, we have kids' web services and these other services that go into the game. So voice chat, matchmaking. Your own. We give these out for free as a means for you to be able to act and scale as if you were a much larger studio. And this allows you to ship across multiple platforms and introduce crossplay, something that couldn't be done a few years ago. Allows you to connect with the players from across the platforms and storefronts, tap into 700+ million players, and you have access to free multiplayer services to help you focus on the things that matter, such as making your game or experience. So there's everything you need here to get to the point of building your experience, being able to build lifelike humans, being able to find the assets that you need so that you don't have to create everything from scratch. And at the end of the day, we give you two means to publish that work. So we've already talked about one, where you can publish directly into Fortnite through UEFN. The second is through the Epic Games Store. The Epic Games Store launched not too long ago, and we're already up to 230 million plus PC users. Again, just like with all of our products, it's on an 88-12 split in your favor. We have 68 million active users monthly at this point, and we've given out $1.2 billion in payouts to developers. And it's easy to do. The store is no longer through a submission process where you have to be approved. You do it this way now. You deliver your submission on a web form. Rating Coalition, so this goes in hand with kid-safe rules. It's a no-cost rating for developers. It's optional to integrate, but the process is all handled through Epic and through our parental controls. Here's a little bit about the child safety tools. As you can see, it's a fairly robust suite that takes a lot of the liability off of your shoulders. This is an area that gets more and more complicated every year, and why not let somebody else handle it for you? And to make things even better, we've actually are starting to introduce a new program called Epic First Run. Under Epic First Run, starting this October 16th, 2023, if you decide that you want to launch your game exclusively through Epic Games for a 6-month period, we'll give you 100% of the revenue. We take nothing. We think it's a pretty sweet deal for people to start onboarding, use the Epic Store, and learn more about our tools while keeping all the money in their pocket. And the last piece of the Epic ecosystem is this community. So we don't want to just give you all of these things and then leave you on your own to figure out how to do things. We have a very, very robust community that's there to help you on all steps of this. So we have ArtStation, which is a massive, massive community that allows you to find and prepare visual arts, gives new opportunities into the metaverse, and is a great place for you to showcase your work. So here you can see the whole Epic ecosystem. As we said, you've got your tools, your content, your services, distribution, and last but not least, your communities. If you have any questions regarding this, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll be here until Friday morning. Happy to talk to anybody. I have another person named Fazia Mehta who's also here. Fazia, you want to stand up real quick and wave? Fazia is based in the region here, and he's also here to help. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
To David there. I promised you a brilliant 30-minute session on Epic Games and the metaverse, and I think I think it's fair to say he definitely delivered. So I just want to say a big thanks to David for that insight into Epic. You know, with the metaverse being such a huge talking point at the moment and something that is rapidly evolving and has the potential to really change the way we consume and interact with content, it's really great to hear the work that Epic Games is doing in this space. Now Epic is essentially laying the foundation and paving the way for user-generated and creator content. It was quite a brilliant introduction to the Unreal Engine 5 too. Now, this is something that I've been following in my career, and I love the realism and the visuals, the world's most open and advanced real-time 3D creation tool for photoreal visuals and immersive experiences. It was pretty jaw-dropping stuff that David showed us. You know, we're talking about fast, easy, real-time, immersive 3D visualization. You know, your gateway to mega scans and a world of 3D content is at your fingertips, thanks to Epic. So watch this space. Now, as you can see, my lovely team is setting the stage nicely for our next panel discussion, which is titled "The Esports Slump, Is the Game Over?" So we'll be addressing this question with 5 brilliant panelists who I'm going to welcome up on stage. Once the LEC turns off the stage, I'm going to take my position. Just to remind you guys as well, there is a brilliant session at 4:15. It's a bit secret right now, but you don't want to miss it. And on that note, panelists, come on down. A round of applause would be lovely, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, hello. Right, we're all slowly getting seated. We've only got 30 minutes, guys. I feel like it's going to fly, but we'll try and get in as much as we can. Okay, so as we're all getting seated, I will start the intro. So we have Michael Kent, co-founder of Dexerto, Todd Harris, founder and chief executive officer even at Skillshot, Clinton Sparks, entrepreneur, esports business developer, James Yang at the end there, director of global esports for Tencent Games, and last but not least, Francois, whose surname I haven't written in my iPad, so I'm just going to keep it cool as Francois, vice president of esports and competitive gaming at Ubisoft. So, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
So we're going to take a look at how the esports industry has rapidly grown over the past decade and its current impact on the global entertainment landscape, and start off by addressing a major question, well, what I think is a major question. So we've already seen a massive demand for esports, but has the demand slowly dropped to the point that it's fragmenting in some parts of the world? I'm just going to open-end these questions to you, so anyone who wants to dive in, please feel free.
I'll start. No, I don't think it's in a slump. I think it's... I'm sorry, I'm just getting used to the mic.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it's in a slump. I think the esports has a little bit bloated, perhaps. There's been a lot of organizations, teams, tournaments. That, you know, there's a lot going on. It's not very clear. I think they try to bring in the franchise element. I think it was too like traditional sports, and it wasn't enough like esports, which, you know, is a grassroots, ultimately, sport. And I think that people need to realign their expectations when it comes to esports. It's not going to go anywhere. It's only going to get bigger. But I think at the moment it is a little bit bloated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Clearly, esports has tremendous product market fit. If you look at the Gamers 8 event that was just here, if you look at Rocket League, which just saw record viewership in the franchise history, if you look at Valorant with 1.3 million concurrents watching out of LA, if you look at the fighting game community and EVO, which also had a record attendance after decades, so clearly things are moving forward. If you look right now, there's 130 countries sending teams to Romania to compete in the World Esports Championship. So clearly there's product market fit. We'll probably get into some of the capitalization and use of capital and how teams are dealing with that. But most importantly, gaming and esports is where attention is, and it rises with each generation.
Yeah, indeed. As a game publisher at Ubisoft, we are seeing this as a restructuration of the market right now after the COVID, where it has a big boom for everything. We need to redefine the role and responsibility of each part into the ecosystem. The role of the publisher, the role of the organizer, the team, the player, and everyone. And for me, it's not a slowdown, it's just for the best.
but it's the right moment to do it because esports is, as we saw this morning, the center of many discussions of entertainment. So it's the right moment to make sure for the publisher they find the way to communicate, to continue to grow the game, and for the rest of the industry to find their place and to be sustainable.
Yeah. So where do you think this came from, this opinion that there's a slump or a slowdown? Do you think because maybe in the last couple of years or so, there's been this explosive expansion of esports and it's not maintained? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, it was a big burst of excitement. We've put it on the map and it's just slowly kind of balancing back out. And do you think it's that big explosion that's causing people to think that there is a slowdown?
Yeah, I mean, I think that esports and gaming obviously are two separate things, and a lot of people, there's billions of people that game, right? We can all rattle off these great numbers that we're all excited about, and, like Todd said with gaming and esports, but what's bigger than the couple of billion people that game is the tens of billions that don't. And people in esports don't really know how to communicate, relate to another audience, to grow the audience in esports, because they're not going to them and talking to them or inviting them to the party of esports. I mean, if you ask an average kid, if you're not into esports and you don't know about it, you don't know about it, right? And a lot of people don't even know that gaming is a viable way to make a career and make money if you're not really a gamer.
Yeah.
So there's this whole huge audience that's not being talked to or being invited to this party called gaming and esports, that I think once that starts happening in the communication to culture in the other communities that are not already gamers and esports, you're going to see a whole uplift in gaming and esports and interest. But that bridge has not been connected yet for gaming and esports to the rest of the world and culture.
Yeah, so in that respect, I wouldn't necessarily classify it as a niche area, but for some people, it kind of maybe falls into that category because they just think esports, ? And it's not quite out there in the mainstream as much. It is for us because we're enveloped.
Well, the average person would say, "What do you mean, e-gaming?" You're like, "No, it's not."
No, but you have a good initiative with the Olympics right now, with what they did a few months ago in Singapore. For example, Ubisoft, we brought Just Dance, which is not an esports title, it's a dancing game.
Yes.
And but we tested a new model of making a competition around this kind of title, and we are bringing a completely new audience to this market. So it's it's the start of growing the market. You write a new audience and.
If you want to grow past your target market, you must learn how to market to a new target. And esports has yet to figure out. I mean, even if you look at the coolest brands and organizations, from the FaZe Clans to the 100 Thieves and stuff, like, they don't even know how to truly connect or talk to culture.
Yeah.
They think culture is the hottest new sneaker or Travis Scott's new album. Like, they don't understand the people, the psychology, the mentality. They don't understand how to relate and connect to that. And that's why, a couple of people that did have their shine in the light of, hey, we're the cool guys in gaming, aren't as cool anymore.
Yeah, it's quite, I guess, difficult to maintain. It's constantly evolving. You've got to keep your finger on the pulse, basically, otherwise you will get left behind, essentially.
Or be the pulse.
Yeah, exactly. So you're talking about kind of business models, moving into that now. So I just want to talk about, the evolution of esports business models, from relying on sponsorships and advertisements to exploring new revenue streams such as media rights, merchandise, and in-game purchases. So we've seen esports companies forced to diversify into content creation companies, and in doing so, are forced to evolve. Do you see this as a good thing? I see lots of nods. Talk to me.
It's definitely a good thing. I mean, companies need to diversify their revenue. The reality is the last 2 years, at least in the North American market, capital was so cheap. It was effectively free, and when capital is cheap, you focus on growth. And now there's been a correction, which is healthy. And so these companies are focusing on efficiency and profitability. And when you do that, you tend to maybe diversify away from just competition and just sponsorship, and you're innovating, whether that's developing your own video game or focusing on apparel or direct-to-consumer subscriptions. This is all very healthy because, again, gaming and esports is where attention is. And now these companies are looking at more sustainable business models, which is very, very healthy.
Yes, so it's forced companies to recalibrate, essentially.
I think they have to, because, the amount of money that's gone into all these teams, and nobody even really seemed to have an idea of how they were going to get the money back.
Yeah.
You know, it ended up being, okay, we'll put all this money into franchise spots. It's going to be really expensive franchise spots, and we're going to make money from those. And some have, but majority of the teams, most esports teams, are making money from it because, you know, they're not able to sell the rights for the games. You know, they're selling merch, but it's not going to cover the $200,000 wages they're paying all these players and content creators. So I think, you know, like Todd said, it's a correction. I think it's needed. I think we need to be a little bit more sensible in esports and stop kind of treating it as if it's just money, free money everywhere, because it's just not reality. You know, there's obviously great events that are going on around the world, but with big events, it kind of has to be a loss leader.
Yeah, and you're right. The figures. I mean, when, you know, just a few years ago, or in the last decade, you know, when esports was kind of talked about as quite a niche thing, and it started getting bigger and bigger, and the prize pools, it was just like, I was really upset because my mum and dad used to curb how much computer time I used to have when I was a kid. It's like I could have been a millionaire now. I could have been a millionaire gamer. Does anyone else have anything to add off the back of what Matt said?
We need to remember this esports industry is very new. Not like a sports or a movie or we just 20 years ago we just born. So that we just a young age and there are a lot of things we need to try and see how it's happening. Like even the gaming business model. Personally, everybody pay money to buy the game. And now you can see nobody is paying to play mobile game. I mean, there are some, but most of people just download free and play, and it's not totally new for you. So I think it is an emerging time, and by this slumping down, but it's still market is growing. So that I think this is just crowding to jump higher in soon. So I don't see this situation as bad. This is just a necessary situation for us to be more focused, prioritize, and innovate.
Yeah.
And fundamentally, I think it's important to remember that esports does work. It is an economic engine. So before the current company, I co-founded High Res Studios, and so we made the games Smite and Paladins. And the reason that company was able to accumulate 100 million players, even though we were relatively small, is because we over-invested in esports. In 2015, we crowdsourced and had a prize pool of 2.6 million. Only Dota 2 had raised that much money. And last year, after 10 years, the game had its best year. And that's because I have the receipts. As a publisher, if we supported esports, players that watched the game, play the game longer, and spent more money in the game. But the industry is very young, so publishers and teams and tournament organizers are still working through the best way to divide the economic pie so it's sustainable. But what no one should lose is that this is the way young people discover the game, get engaged with the game, spend more money in the game, and there's many examples of that.
You know, it's always a question, it's the same for us at Ubisoft, is it a marketing tools for the game? Is it a proper business model? For me, it's still a marketing tools to promote the game, to acquire people, to retain people into a game. And to jump on what you said, publisher has a big role and responsibility to share the cake of what we are doing into the game. Proud of what we did the last 4 years. It's becoming kind of benchmark in the industry. We have a program of sharing revenue with the team through item we are doing into the game for them. And it's sustainable for the team. So but it's important as a publisher to, to listen to what the other stakeholders of the industry are saying, because at one point we are, for sure we have the rules, we have the IP, but if no one is playing our game, there is no...
Publisher support is absolutely key for esports right now in this infancy. You know, being able to buy skins in game and part of that revenue going to the teams, that helps be able to afford those players' salaries. If we don't have publisher support, then it's really difficult right now. Yeah,
and I guess as time goes on, just going back to a session I did a couple of hours ago, and talking about the power of NFTs and tokens and things like that, and making gamers feel a bit more connected, obviously creating a revenue stream as well. But I feel like this is still, obviously it's happening in kind of Fortnite and Roblox and things like that, but this really is the start of something incredible, and this is a way for the industry to open up and give something back to the people spending the money.
Yeah. And it's a good narrative with the player and the consumer, because we're saying you can support your team by buying the item in-game, and we are sharing 50% of the revenue with them. So it's a direct relation between the consumer and the team where cash price, it's good, but at one point it's okay, it's very different than being directly linked with the player.
Yeah, or even exclusive content, behind the scenes, or, a sweaty flannel or something, and people, I really want that, in the same way that people want stuff from celebrities, veritable celebrities. I do see this as where the industry is going to go. So we've talked a lot about how at one point there was a big explosion of esports events and tournaments, and I think that led to a lot of criticism that there's maybe an oversaturation in the market, numerous tournaments, leagues, all competing for audiences' attention. So do you guys think there are too many tournaments? Is that a problem, or is it a case of the more the merrier?
I think it's a case of people think of esports as one whole thing. It's not. It's just like sport. It's separate, different things.
Yeah.
So you might be a Call of Duty fan. Call of Duty tournaments have Call of Duty fans that watch it. It's not necessarily a League of Legends players coming over and watching it. It's completely separate, and I think that's what people get confused with. It is completely separate, and I think once people realize that, it's going to yield better results.
Yeah, and that's the non-gamers, or the people who aren't
just
involved
the idea
in the
that
industry. Why is there so many?
Yeah, the idea that just people who don't watch or follow a game already are watching those esports tournaments. It's just not reality.
James, I know you had something
There's
to add.
no problem in too many tournaments. Only problem is boring too many tournaments.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, for example, if in PUBG Mobile, if two players fighting and one player eliminated the other, if you just see this, then you see, oh, one battle happened and one player just did better than others. However, for example, if you know the story between these two, this B person killed, eliminated by this A 5 times in a row, and now finally he revenged it. So that if you know the background story, who they are, what they aiming, and what kind of things they pursue, then you will see it's a totally different way. So therefore, as an event organizer and then esports owner, we need to make this esports and tournament to be much more exciting. Then people will be even more happier to watch more tournaments.
Yeah, when Deserta first started and we solely did esports coverage, a lot of what we did was kind of too analytical and everything. And what we realized is actually people are interested in the personalities. They're not just interested in the game. So what we realized is if we cover those people as if, cover what they're saying, how, what their opinions on things are, it grew familiarity, covered the dramas between them all. That's how you grow esports. It's not just the gameplay. It has to be the personalities behind it. It's too young otherwise.
Well, it's also the pageantry, the theatrics, the storylines, all that stuff. I mean, take a page out of WWE, right? People want to get familiar with you. They want to understand you. They want to relate with you. They want to, everybody's mad at that guy because he always talks smack to everybody. I'm going to be a fan of him. Yeah. So even when you're putting teams together, right, you got 5 of the same exact person playing the same exact game, right? So it would behoove you to say, let's put it together. And I know this sounds like I'm manufacturing a team, but like a boy band, right? Yeah. There's the good singer, there's the good-looking one, there's the bad boy, there's that. So you're putting it together. You're making you're grabbing audiences from different angles, and they're excited to be a part of it. So this stuff is so easy to do. And when I was helping to build FaZe Clan, I would sit there and have these kind of debates with them all the time, like, what are you guys doing? You just sit around poking your chest out like that we're cool, but you're not really doing cool things. Let's put out another merch drop. Let's do another piece of YouTube content. It's do you guys understand how unlimited this space is and how many things you can connect to this? I can't tell you how many battles I had in there. When I brought Offset, for instance, to FaZe Clan, that was a 5-month battle. Why would we bring Offset here? This is a gaming org. Guys, this is a cultural phenomenon. And if you bring in all these other things, now you're borrowing their audience, you're integrating and you're intersecting different communities. There's just, even right now, to James's point, 3 years old, we're just scratching the surface. This is like the first date. We haven't even started, you haven't even invited you to my house yet. You know what I mean? So that's really where esports, and to me, where gaming is at, because like I said, no one that's not a gamer or esports understands the unlimited possibilities, the career opportunities, the money that's possibly able to make without having to dribble a basketball for 16 years. Yeah. I'm from the hood, and where I'm from, You got to look at music or sports to get out.
Yeah.
Gaming is a whole nother vertical that narrative is not being said. Nobody in the hood knows, oh man, I can make money doing this.
Yeah.
But they sit there and they play 2K and they play Call of Duty, but they have no clue of the infrastructure of esports or gaming.
Yeah, yeah. And why do you think there is this lack of knowledge, this lack of education out there? Is it because it's companies at the minute are kind of keeping their cards
Well,
to their
it's
chest?
siloed in most of the people that are in it. You know, conferences all over the place, whether it's crypto or whatever it is, you're in this echo chamber of everybody that gets it.
Yeah.
And we're all talking to each other about, why doesn't everybody get how cool this
And
is?
you forget
and
the
you
people
assume
on the
because it's so
outside.
great, everyone's just going to adopt it and be attracted to it because it's great. But you can't just build it and they will come anymore. You got to come to them and show them.
I think it's changing a lot. At least in the U.S., most youth discover traditional sports through their school system or their parks and rec. Again, neighborhood basketball court, they're playing with friends. If they're really into it, they play for middle school, high school, join an academy team, maybe get a scholarship for college, and if they're really good, the 1% of the 1% become
don't
a
get hurt.
LeBron, and they don't get hurt. That infrastructure is developing rapidly, certainly in the US. There are now 200 universities, colleges that offer scholarship for esports.
Wow.
In my home state, Atlanta, Georgia, there's 200 high schools that play for their high school for a state championship. And that's happening in almost every state. So where 2 years ago, almost none of that existed, now this starts to legitimize the space because there's still a stigma. Parents aren't sure what to think about their young person. But if they hear there's a college scholarship, their high school has a team, there's structure that teaches character and teamwork, these are the sort of things that will legitimize it and help everyone, no matter where you grow up, understand that's an opportunity.
It's like putting your kid in karate or piano lessons or football. Like gaming's the new thing to put your kid in.
If you talk to any young people now, like my nieces and nephews, or speak to any of their friends, they want to be YouTubers.
Yes.
You know, and it's like their start of the real digital age. You know, my peers, they don't really even know what I do. You know, like, and I'm only 35.
Yeah.
Whereas these people who, 10, 11 or whatever, and they find out I know all these top influencers, and they're kind of like, whoa. And it's like, yeah, but the digital age is starting with these kids.
Yeah.
And it's going to end up, and that will filter down into esports inevitably because people won't be as afraid of it.
Yeah, that's true. James, you've got something to add?
Making this tournament to be more fun to watch. Surely it would be great if we have the good, strong player pool. But competitiveness of the teams from different countries to fight, that's very important because in PUBG Mobile, so far for a long time, we could see the winner is from China or Southeast Asia. But finally, last year and this year, I could see even Saudi team, MENA team is growing so quick. And then they are even in the top 3 in PMWI, in the World Invitational Gamers A. So that how to make this match and tournament to be much more exciting to watch, we should have the very strong competitiveness so that we'll be so excited to see who will be the winner.
Yeah. And just to add one thing on the watching, and because you're right about how to expand on university, on college, the grassroots, you have also the battle inside the client of the game. Because people are playing the game, we have on Rainbow Six 85 million people playing game, but not 85 million watching esports.
Yeah.
So it's already inside the game that we need to educate about, okay, there is tournament for you, it's don't worry, you will not play against a big player right now, you will understand first the rules. So we have a lot of work to do on it because right now it's just for the 1%, but these people already know they are not ashamed to go out and to test their skill. But for most of the people, they just want to play with friends, and it's enough. And
I think, like for esports, like I say, the biggest benefit, the biggest opportunity is simple to watch games. I agree. It's often difficult sometimes with some esports for people outside to understand. I think something like Rocket League has huge potential. Or, in the future, something VR related that's kind of a combination of sports and VR.
Yeah. So James, you mentioned, putting different teams from different countries up against each other. That's, where the excitement lies, where things can be quite exciting. Where's my question? Sorry, guys, lost my train of thought there. How are esports organisations adapting to changing trends in the gaming and entertainment sectors, and are social media platforms playing an influence in distribution of the message?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I deal with Desert, we deal a lot with creators, and a lot of them join esports orgs. I think some creators who join esports orgs, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. You know, you have someone like XQC, EGLX, they would, promote the numbers of XQC, but, weren't actually able to use his, use his account. And it's like, you need to have a real blend there, where if you have content creators on board with your team, there needs to actually be value to the esports org other than just promotion,
Yeah.
Yeah. And how true do you think it is to say that exploring how focusing on regional markets and tailoring strategies to local preferences can be beneficial? That was the question I was meant to ask, not the one before that.
So, as you know, each region has a different progress and development in esports culture, like North America or Western market, also MENA, Southeast Asia, Korea, Japan, even China. All region has a different level of the development of the esports culture. So that also we need to fit on the region. If some region, they do not have esports culture grown much, then we need to focus on amateur first. Because people don't know what is esports, what to watch. Then we need to start from scratch. But if some region already has a very strong esports culture, then we also need to make something to be very interesting to watch together. So that we need to start the pro league there first. So that we need to make the very regional focused strategy different region by region. So that now MENA, by the strong support from the government, actually this culture is growing so fast. So every year I come here, I'm so surprised.
Yeah, and it's true that we are always saying you think that esports is global. No, it's not so global.
Very.
We have teams everywhere. We have a team in Brazil, in US, in Europe. And what my team, for example, is doing in Brazil is not at all the same thing than the US guy, because they're consuming esports in a different way. For sure, they need some rules to play together at one point and to be fair in terms of competition, but let's make sure it's local. It's not really global.
100% agree. I think most team owners, the prevailing opinion is their team is a global business. I feel that every team will benefit from a regional home.
Yeah.
You can be a global brand. You still need a heat for the fandom.
Yeah.
I think the industry's looked at some bold attempts with the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League that had home teams, and people will look at the pros and the cons, and sometimes they might think that city-based teams maybe don't work as well because of the performance of some of those properties. But in my heart, I feel very strongly that the way we grow more participation is city-based teams. I don't care very much for the game of baseball, but the Atlanta Braves were doing great, and I jumped on the bandwagon because they're from Atlanta. I bought a Braves jersey, I bought a Braves hat. That's the same with anything. We are regional, tribal, and there is a reason for that, and that's the way we grow. And as these universities and schools start programs, that's where teams can give back to those local communities.
Absolutely.
And I really think that's the growth of the industry.
I mean, I think it's fine city-based teams. I mean, if you look at traditional sports, a lot of people support Manchester United. I'm sure there's many in here who do. And, then they've probably never even been to Manchester.
Yeah.
So, I'm a Newcastle United fan, shout out. But, we'll get more fans over the years because we're having a lot more success now. So I don't think it really matters the location. But it can help, as you say, with Todd, bandwagoning.
Yeah, there's a bunch of layers to what Todd was saying. It's like, one, if you don't really even understand gaming, and you're like, what are they even talking about? I don't understand what's happening when I'm watching this. So right there's already a barricade from you getting.
Yeah.
Then the teams are just like, what do they represent? Who are they? Where are they from? Everything about this just seems like I threw a bunch of stuff on the floor, and people are like, oh, you should like this. But there's not enough structure for people that are not diehard gamers to get it, understand it, want to connect and relate to it, and then support it and get behind it. So I completely agree with Todd. When we started XET, and it was a Boston-based company, I'm like, we need to be Boston's newest home team. We need billboards that say, Boston, get familiar with your new sports franchise. And we never got to that point, but 100%, people you need something to grab onto. You need something to root for. Otherwise, it's just, I got to pick somebody on there.
At least country-based,
Yeah, well, if you break it down even more, it's cooler. Imagine Boston against Korea. You know what I mean? It's like, now it's like Boston versus the world. Now you get that whole camaraderie. And even to your point, what's not really said, which is really interesting how you word it, it's like the NFL, the NBA, the MLB, when you say Call of Duty, League of Legends, but the average person would never decipher those like that. So it's all about educating. It's all about getting the right people to connect to the influential crowd, which is culture, right?
Yeah.
Which comes of fashion, comes of music, comes of what we're going to say what's cool. The crowd that says what's cool doesn't fully understand it, right? They're like, oh, I'm the best gamer, but they don't even understand what it means to be the best gamer because they don't know what real esports is.
Yeah, and I guess as time goes on, it gets embedded further and further into our culture. That's the kind of things we're going to start seeing, or one would hope. Anyway, just very aware of the time. Got a quick last question. You know, with all these kind of challenges happening in the global esports industry, do you believe there's potential in emerging and developing markets? And do you think international sports teams need to start investing more in these regions?
James?
He wants to take that one.
Super 100%, I believe, because emerging market or the developing market, the population-wise or mobile smartphone penetration-wise, I think there's a big potential. And I can actually see it by viewership growth. Like the MENA or South Asia, or we can see so fast growing. However, still, we just need to make the esports culture there. We need to already, with PUBG Mobile, we initiated and ignited esports culture in many regions, but how to make it growing and matured for more people to enjoy watching esports. And eventually, we'd like to let people to play our game more, so that definitely there's a big bright future in emerging market, but also we have a lot of homework to do.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I like that sentiment. I think that's a great note to end our discussion on. The red numbers are flashing.
We need the esports version of Cool Runnings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I love that. All right, we'll make it happen.
Yeah.
All right, give it up for my panelists, everybody. All right, thank you, Michael, Todd, Clinton, James, and Francois. Thank you very much. If you go off to the right, that would be fantastic. Okay, we're just going to reset for the next session. So that panel was all about the esports slump. You know, is the game over? And as you could tell from that discussion, the game is far from over. There is so much potential, so much excitement in this space. And I do believe that there is an education that needs to happen, because right now it's not as mainstream as we all think it is. As someone who works in the tech industry, I'm constantly writing about gaming, constantly writing about consumer technology. And sometimes I take for granted that people fully, truly understand what the esports industry involves, what gaming involves. And sometimes the dots don't necessarily connect. So I think back to what I think James was saying, we need to connect those dots, do some more education, do our homework, and then we can see esports on an even bigger scale than it is today. Okay, so we're all ready for our next panel. Well, I say panel, it's more like an intimate discussion. It's all about cloud computing. So with the growth of internet connection capabilities, scalability of gaming, improvements on GPUs and cloud gaming architecture, there is no reason why cloud gaming can't become the go-to method of gaming for the masses. The potential is there, but we are not quite there yet. So we're going to have a deep dive into this topic. So it gives me great pleasure to bring up my two guests. So if you'd like to come on down. Yes, a round of applause would be fantastic. Thank you. Hello, hello.
Hey, Lucy, how are you?
How are you guys, all right?
We're doing good, thank you.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you join me on stage.
Thank you.
So this session is all about the future of cloud computing or cloud gaming in the Middle East, and I am pleased to introduce Badar Amarshud, STC Playhead, and Mohammed Al-Ataibi, COO of SCCC Alibaba Cloud. That is your titles. So first of all, I think we should start by talking about STC Play. You know, can we just break down what it is, and just to kind of contextualize it for the audience, then we'll have a little bit of a deep dive.
Sure, definitely. Well, thank you, Lucy, for the great introduction. So in STC Play is the venture of STC into gaming, where we've been looking at the gaming community at large and trying to deliver different type of activities that keeps the gaming community engaged. And that's actually translated into a social engagement platform where we make sure that we put the right activity for gamers. This gives us a lot of understanding of what gamers want, and then how can we uplift and take it to the next level.
Yeah. It's almost like a one-stop shop for gaming.
Definitely.
Yeah. And more telecom operators are supportive of the idea of cloud-based, the cloud-based ecosystem. So STC has got a pretty major role to play in this field, in the development of this field. So can you tell us about some of the work that's being done at the moment?
Well, STC as the digital enabler in the country, we always look at making sure that our network and infrastructure serves the gamers at the best stage. We've always been monitoring what is the best game or what is the best infrastructure that we need to put together to ensure that gamers have the right type of performance. In that, we look at a lot of monitoring towards the different type of games, a lot of optimization on the routes to those servers that will always result in having better latency to have a better gameplay.
Yeah, and getting that infrastructure, nailing that infrastructure is so important. As a gamer, there is nothing more frustrating than seeing the wheel of death, as I call it, or it's coming in pixelated or loading. It's one of the most annoying things, I think. So you need to get that infrastructure correct.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I guess with the proliferation of 5G and hardware and software, they're all kind of working together to create a really solid gaming experience that is head and shoulders above what it was 5-6 years ago.
Definitely, and actually the evolvement that is happening on the infrastructure board, the idea of the 5G and the cloud computing concept, all of that, if you put it together, make the mobile operator or the digital enabler, someone like STC, have a bigger role when it comes to ensuring the best gameplay for the gamers.
Yeah. So can we talk just specifically about how does STC play? Oh, no, actually, I said that already. Sorry. My brain isn't working today. What distinguishable strengths does STC Play possess in comparison to its competitors? How is it head and shoulders above?
On the side of cloud gaming, I mean, if you look at the value chain of cloud gaming and the amount of disruption that it might happen versus how gamers are playing today, there's a huge disruption on the device side of things. So cloud gaming is promising that there's no more hardware within the value chain. Today, studios develop games, and then publishers decide to take them and publish them into multiple devices. Those could be consoles, mobile, or PC. What cloud gaming is promising, that there will be no more hardware. Basically, your hardware is on the cloud, and you can have your game played anywhere on the go. And that's basically the promise that cloud gaming brings. And with that said, a lot of bandwidth, a lot of network, a lot of cloud computing will be required. And here, where a digital enabler like STC will be part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something I'm hugely excited about, kind of when the latency gets better, the speed, just the opportunities from, I don't know, face furniture, VR, to playing on your laptop computer. You could even be playing, the hologram style, in the future. The potential really is there. So what distinguishable strengths does STC Play? Oh my God, sorry. I'm not doing very well today, am I?
Question, huh?
I'm not doing very well today, am I? I'm very tired. How does STC Play enhance game security through the support it provides from a security perspective? Security is obviously an incredibly important talking point. So let's talk about that for a moment. Either one of you can jump in. I feel like I should throw a question to you.
So I think in terms of cybersecurity, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the regulators are playing a major role here by adopting the best practices and deal with the service provider by implementing the most sophisticated security controls in the environments we have. And if you want to add something about that, better, that would
definitely. Cybersecurity is one of the most elements when it comes to gamers at large, and STC being part of the gaming ecosystem will ensure always that these transactions, the data, the profiles of those gamers are in secured hand and always safeguarded. One of the elements that STC has, we actually own a subsidiary that is dedicated for cybersecurity called Sirar, and by capitalizing on the infrastructure that they have, the services that they provide, we will always ensure that gamers have their data saved.
Yeah, and I guess gamers really require that peace of mind, you
Definitely.
know, sadly not helped by the media and these kind of sensationalist headlines of your data isn't safe, and then you have these big major hacks, and if people don't necessarily understand the technology in that area, it immediately kind of instigates fear, and then maybe that's going to disconnect people from the good work that's being done in this space.
Agree, and it's a space where hackers would love to get into usually, so it always needs to be surrounded.
And as much as you want to be secure in the physical life, for sure you want to be secure and protected in the virtual lives, which is so important today.
Yeah.
Some people maybe have more important information and data in their virtual lives than their real life today.
Yeah, absolutely. And what, kind of staying in this realm, what monitoring and analytics tools are available to help developers track the performance of their game service and, you know, identify potential bottlenecks?
Data analytics and performance monitoring is one of the important things. There are multiple performance tools that could be integrated. Grafana is one of them, actually, and it gives actually real-time monitoring and issue solving towards the gamer. But from the other side, as a digital enabler, as I've said, and telecom operator, we've actually uplifted our network operation and monitoring centers to be catered towards gamers. A simple example of that, inside our network operation, we have a game lab or a gaming lab where we trace and track the different type or the top games that is played over our network. An introduction of new gauges of monitoring has been in place within our network. So the way we look at our network performance from a gaming perspective gives us the edge to ensure that, you know, we have the best network available for gamers in the region.
And I guess these tools are so crucial, isn't it? You can think you're doing a great job, and you know, but you need, it's teamwork, isn't it? You need other tools and other bits of software to let you know that you're on the right path and you're offering the most optimum service and opportunity for gamers. Yeah. And so what promise can STC Play offer its passionate gamers?
I think from a gamer's perspective, in the introduction of such products like cloud gaming will definitely can be different because we're considered as the provider of the connectivity itself. So bundling cloud gaming with connectivity will become a very appealing offer for gamers. So you get your connectivity from STC, and on top of that, you have your powerful gaming PC over the cloud on the go with you. That's from a gamer's perspective. On the other side, from an STC Play side, we've reassessed massively our strategy that could be represented into three main pillars. The first one is the app, which is the platform that we put the gamers together and we get them to engage and get activated. The second one, what we call the club, which is basically focusing 100% on esports across different aspects, you know, nurturing esport teams, academies, events, leagues, and all of that. And the third pillar is actually the real game, which is the studio. And in that pillar, we look at publishing games, we look at localizing games, gamifying games as a service. If you put all of that together, STC is bringing a very good promise towards gamers in the region.
Yeah, and I guess not all gaming is created equal. There's avenues and potentials for everyone depending on what they want. And STC Play and STC in general can pretty much deliver and help them get the gaming experience they want. Yeah. So let's talk about Alibaba's partnership with STC. In what ways can Alibaba continue to enhance gaming architecture?
That's a great question, Lewis. I think today Saudi Arabia is becoming a hub for the 21st century industries, and gaming is part of that. Today, the ecosystem in Saudi is ready to host all the game development activities. We are among the top countries in the world in terms of fiber connectivity and coverage, 5G speed of internet. And Alibaba Cloud, as one of the 4 global cloud provider in the world, found it a great opportunity to extend their 3rd node for the region in Saudi Arabia because of the infrastructure that the kingdom have and the potential we have here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have in Alibaba an infrastructure which is both scalable and reliable to help the game developers enhance their architecture through a lot of products we have, a lot of data analytics systems, and plus to that, a lot of tactics that we made by having partnership with global players in the gaming industry. And that will help the game developers to provide an engaging experience to their game players.
Yeah. So this is a crucial partnership. True. Yeah, absolutely. So, was there any necessarily competition that tried to get in there before Alibaba? Were you batting companies off, or was this the perfect choice to partner with?
So the competition is gonna help the industry for sure, is to work together. We might provide excellent services our competitors will do. And also will always help the game developers to be competitive in a crowded market by providing them with reliable technology where we provide the speed of the computing, the storage, and the large networking that will give the great experience again. All gamers care about experience. No matter you have a good story, but if the game is slow, I will lose the engaging and the interest. Yeah.
Okay. So what challenges do game developers currently face, and how can Alibaba offer assistance to address these challenges?
I think it's, again, the experience of the gamers. You need to have an engaging experience in your games. And what we do in Alibaba is share the knowledge, the experience. We have the global network and global experience through a lot of partners working globally with. That will help the developers of the games overcome those challenges.
Yeah. And is Alibaba capable of supporting the worldwide growth of local games? And if yes, what tactics could it deploy to achieve this expansion?
Indeed. As I said, we are one of the largest 4 hyperscaler cloud provider. So today, it's easily that we provide all kind of requirements for game developments for this kind of industry where it's required sophisticated technology. So we have that. It required real-time data analysis. And I think among all of the audience today here, they would love to see a lot of updates coming to the games they like, they love. And we are helping the game developers to do that through our, let's say, end-to-end infrastructure support to the game industry.
Maybe to add to what Mohammed is saying, I mean, Alibaba today is one of the cloud solution that has what we call GPUs, and those GPUs are very essential when it comes to cloud gaming, because all that computing that we used to have on the hardware level is becoming on the cloud, and Alibaba is one of the best offering that we have in the region.
Yeah, so like I said, this is the ideal optimum partnership for you guys.
Absolutely.
And can you provide some examples of top games that are utilizing Alibaba services? What are the best performing games?
I think we are supporting some of the top games like Genshin Impact and King Heroes and PUBG Mobile, and they are keeping up the amazing experience to their gamers through the technology we are providing globally in Alibaba, using a lot of technologies, strategic partnership with many players in the industry.
Yeah. So I just want to talk about cloud computing kind of in its entirety. Kind of, it's no secret that a few companies have kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. Cloud computing didn't necessarily go where the industry wanted it to go. I'm talking worldwide now, not just in this region. What do you think were some of the major problems? What were some of the shortcomings of some of these companies? You know, Google, for example, their cloud computing service was hit a few hiccups at the beginning. So I'm just interested to get your views on the kind of cloud computing space in general. There was a big buzz around it, wasn't it? Cloud computing is going to change the face of gaming. And it's still, but the potential is definitely still there. But it just fell to the wayside a little bit.
If you allow me, Badr, let me give you a small example today. And if you are an innovative person with creativity in developing games, you don't want to spend and waste your time caring about infrastructure and technology. Sometimes you will create great game, but you will face challenges in the market reach. So cloud providers support you with that, give you an payment infrastructure that's secure, so convenient to your users and customers, and give you the global reach easily. So cloud computing is solving a lot of problems where we suffered from. In our generation, it was difficult. Even to play a game. You have to set up a lot of things. But today, it's just a plug and play. You go to a website, subscribe, and enjoy the amazing technology. Another challenge, I think, where cloud provider is playing a major role is the CapEx. If you want to also develop a game or get into that industry, sometimes it will be difficult for you because you need to spend a lot of money on the capitals, the hardware, but with cloud providers, they are giving you the option of pay as you go.
Yes.
If you have 1,000 players today, next day you have 100,000. While you are sleeping, auto scale will happen and you just need to pay what you already utilized. And that's an amazing feature today, supporting the industry and the gamers.
Well, I think it's important. Oh, actually, go on.
I can't agree more with what Mohammed is saying. I mean, we've been looking at this trends. A lot of console game players would love to move to a PC. You know, having your own setup gives you a different way of looking at things. And the problem with that, with cloud gaming, you don't have to own a PC that might cost you $10,000 or
and needs to be updated.
Exactly, and then you worry about the hardware update and all of that. You can just rent it, a couple of hundreds, and you have it updated. You don't have to worry about the hardware, and you just carry it with you wherever you go. So it will create a lot of enablement. They can play any game, whether it's a PC game or a mobile game or a console game. Just access that connected devices, and you have your game played.
Yeah. And do you think, like, when it comes to the adoption of cloud computing, that, you know, because we've all grown up with consoles, you know, going back as far as Game Boys, Ataris, you know, that kind of thing. And this transition from hardware to cloud-based computing, do you think that's quite a hard pill for people to swallow? Do you think it's hard for people to digest that it's moving this way? Unless you're a hardcore gamer, I think those people get it. But I'm talking on more of on a mainstream level. There's a lot of hurdles in that department, I think.
I think cloud computing at large brings a different type of use cases, and it's required for the potential digitization that we're looking at. Now, cloud gaming per se is one of the best use cases that could actually showcase how cloud computing would work.
Yeah. Okay. And let's kind of gaze into our crystal ball a little bit and look at the future. Where do you see cloud computing going, and where would you hope cloud computing is going to go? Worldwide and in this region?
I think cloud computing is going toward software as a service, which is what we call SaaS. So you will have services ready between your hands, or what you need is just a couple of clicks, and you will find the bundle services in one click. I think that's the future of cloud, is understanding the market demand more, the customers' needs, and everything now goes to SaaS. You don't need to even bother yourself by configuring a little bit of services. You don't need the expertise in some platforms. You will have already services bundled with everything, secure, with payments, with even marketing bundles, and you will have a lot of things. And everybody now is jumping in the cloud era, working together with the cloud providers to provide additional value services.
So we're talking about moving towards this seamless future where everything just works, everything's connected, everything's security tight, everything's fast, and everything just ticks a box and gets you to
also smart with artificial intelligence.
Yeah. Everything is smart these days. Even my fridge is smart. Everything is smart. And before we wrap this up, is there any last points or comments that you'd like to share with the work that STC is doing in the region and cloud computing?
I mean, from a gaming perspective, as I've said, we're putting a lot of efforts and development into making the network of STC as the best network for gamers. And this comes from the capitalization that we're doing, from the investment we're doing on the infrastructure, capitalizing on the 5G and the improvement in there. Definitely the integration that we're doing with the cloud offering. All of that, if we put it together on top of the customer base that we have, will always bring the best experience for gamers.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
Well, I think Saudi Arabia is having a high potential to be the gaming hub in the region and globally. As you know, 60% of our population are young, and they are interested in such industry. The Vision 2030 has a lot of well-designed initiatives that will enable the gaming industry in the country and the region. I think we'll meet next year with a lot of exported games happening here in Saudi Arabia to the world, hopefully, inshallah.
Yeah, and I look forward to watching you guys be the leaders in this region. I can tell by the looks on your faces you're very passionate about what you do, and I imagine you get up in the morning, you're like, I'm going to work today, and you're going to make a change in the world of gaming and cloud computing. So give it up for my panelists. I would like to say thank you. Mohammed and Badar, thank you so much.
Thank you, Louis.
It's a real pleasure.
Thank you.
So we have wrapped up a little bit early, so a little part of me is hoping that that's okay. I just want to remind you, after this session, we have got a secret or top secret segment happening at 4:15. All will become clear very, very soon, but I promise you it's going to be exciting, and you are going to want to be inside this room to make sure you stay around. And also, we don't want you guys to miss what else we've got going on here inside the Next World Forum. We've got the hologram room. We have the AI Oasis. Make sure you check out the avatar engine, and you cannot leave this vicinity, or this building, without creating your likeness in the metaverse. There's a lot of fun to be had. You can take a trip around the first gaming consoles, and of course, you don't want to miss the Plexus Pavilion as well. That's where my wonderful co-host is at the moment. Lots of great discussions, and you're able to ask our on-stage guests questions as well. So we've got a lot going on. So it's not just about what's going on in here, it's about what's going on in other parts of the venue as well. So that brings me on to our final panel discussion of the day. It's all about creating the gold standard of the competitive gaming scene. And this is set to be a very interesting and insightful and hopefully debatable, a bit controversial panel discussion. So I'd like to welcome my panelists up on stage. if you could all come on down, that would be fantastic. And a warm round of applause for them as well. Thank you. I smell. No one wanted to sit next to me. You got the short straw. No, I'm just joking. Well, it's very lovely to have you all on stage. I know you've been in a panel discussion already today, so you're no stranger to this room. It's great to have you back, and it's a pleasure to meet you as well. So my guests don't really need an introduction, but I am going to do it anyway. His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar Al Saud, Chairman of Board of Directors for the Saudi Esports Federation. We have Danny Tang, co-founder of VSPO. And last but not least, Ralph Racer, Chairman of ESL Face It Group. All right. Well, you've got some fans in here, guys. I think this is the first time I've said names and you've got an applause, so you should feel very special. Okay, so we've got a lot to get through. Only 30 minutes, so I'm going to steam through. So my first question is around leadership, and I'm going to direct that to you, Your Highness. So your re-election as the president of the Arab Esports Federation and your role in the Saudi Esports Federation has been nothing short of pivotal. How do you envision the roadmap of the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia, in the global esports arena for the next 5 years?
Well, first, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here among all these amazing people and amazing speakers. I hope I live up to the standard of the speakers who have come before us. But one thing I always think about when I talk about the future of gaming, because this is an industry that changes on a daily basis rather than a monthly or yearly basis.
Yes.
And I remember something I read from Jeff Bezos, who said, he always gets asked what's going to change in the next 10 years, but never asked what's going to stay the same in the next 10 years. And that might be the more important of the two. And to me, that is the community, that is the gamers themselves. If we can keep a focus of everything we're doing on our community, on our gamers, on our professionals, then we set ourselves up to be in the best position for whatever is coming up next. If you can keep your hand on that pulse, gamers above anyone else will always tell you if you're going down the wrong path or going down the right path.
Yeah.
So just to make sure that they always stay the mainstay and the main stakeholder of what we're doing, I think that sets us on the right path for the next 10 years.
Yeah, well, ultimately, I guess these people are at the crux of the foundation of this entire industry, and without them, there's still stuff going on, but without them, how are we going to develop and grow, and the communities, and all the different kind of opportunities that we've discussed on this stage. So it's great to hear, to go into delve inside your mind and get a bit of that vision. So my next question is just an open one to all of you. The Gamers 8 Festival this year, both in prize pool and stature, has been nothing short of phenomenal. I think you'll all agree. What key strategies and partnerships have driven such unprecedented expansion, do you think?
Well, I mean, I can start. It's a little bit to what you said, right? When a few years ago I came first to the country, and His Royal Highness and some other people said, we want to be big in esports, right? So I was asking, what does that mean? And it went back to what you said. We want to be relevant. We want people to recognize this as a place where, as a player, you can make a living and you can have a good time. And if you look at Gamers 8, it's now year 4 or 5 of that journey we were speaking about. And maybe start with this room, right? Last year, Next World Forum was fantastic. I was here, and there was a lot of people that said, come over, and they said, like, yeah, maybe have a look, or I don't know yet. This year, I got plenty of calls. Can you help me get tickets? So, right, that is the result of all those partnerships. But I think the biggest partnership is, and I'm going to be repetitive, is that we try to build the best experience for the players. That's where it all starts. To do that, you need to have a relationship with the publishers to have the right games here. You need to have a relationship with the teams so that they can bring the best of their gamers here. You have to have a relationship with the media and the broadcast and the distribution, that the fans can see it, because the players obviously care to be stars and to be celebrated. And last but not least, someone needs to pay it. Right, there is ticketing, there's sponsorship, there's media rights, and there is general funding within the country to make that happen. But the beauty about esports, the beauty about live sports is that all of these things need to come together at one point in time, at one place, synchronously working.
Yep.
And that makes it more memorable. That creates history, and that creates something for the future that people will come back to. And the jury's out there, but as what I've seen, it was a success this year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Dan, I can see you nodding your head profusely. Come on, add to the narrative.
Yeah, I would like to add on to what's being said here. One of the core strategies is that it's gamer-focused. I mean, we talk about what's not going to change in the next 10 years. It's a focus on the community, on the players and gamers themselves, and that's played out across the experience here. And I want to add to that, to sort of speaking from how we've experienced it. We're very honored to be invited here and to be part of the creation of Gamers 8. And this is just the beginning. And I want to emphasize the openness and the collaborativeness that we've seen in this. Ralph was absolutely on point when he said this is a gigantic effort of you're aligning different parties, different stakeholders, all the people needs to involve in this and really contributing, making this a memorable experience, a phenomenal experience for everybody. And, from the teams that we're speaking to, Turkey, Ahmed, Michel, Faisal, to, Your Highness on stage, and to the EFG teams that we've been working with. It's the same, it's consistent throughout, this openness and collaborativeness that we think will continue to fuel the growth. We've seen very bold and ambitious vision that's rooted here and that's going to push the industry forward. And with the size of the ambition, there's usually a similar size challenges attached to it.
Yeah.
We've experienced some of that this year, as all events will. But as we see it, if we have the openness and collaborativeness that we have, if that continues to be part of the core strategies, this is only the beginning.
Yeah, and that collaborative strategy, that collaborative effort is so important. Regardless of whatever industry you're in, no one can achieve, a company can't achieve one thing on their own. It's the expertise, it's the knowledge, it's the different thought path, it's the diversity that people bring in. I think that is ultimately going to help the esports industry really grow and get to the point that we want it to get to. So staying within the realm of Gamers 8, the Gamers 8 Club Awards, with its unique point system and significant rewards, is quite an innovative approach. How do you believe this will further incentivize esports teams and organizations globally to engage more deeply with Gamers 8? I'm going to throw that to you, Ralph, or Your Highness.
Well, I'll go first because he's probably going to speak better than I will. I think one of the keys there is in each individual sport, in each individual game, the players are playing, they're striving, they're winning, and they deserve the prize pools that they earn. Yeah. But how do we help incentivize the teams to grow? And help the publishers grow their community? So with this cross-platform or cross-gaming prizes, what that does is that incentivizes teams to say, maybe I won't just send a CSGO team, I'll send a CSGO and a Rocket League team, or maybe a Rainbow Six team as well, maybe a Street Fighter team as well. And the ability to place well, because it's not just about taking part in all of these games, it's about succeeding and doing well in all of the games you've completed. Yeah. And what that does is that gives an extra incentive to the team, an extra funding to the team to be able to help their players, their community, and their team grow into not just those games, but other games as well. Yeah. And so it's a chance to help grow the community and not just keep the status quo. But you balance that with the teams that are the best at what they do and are therefore invited to come. Yeah. So you're not excluding teams that can't partake in multiple sports, but you are rewarding teams and helping them grow for the ones that can and want to.
Yeah, and so essentially a bit more of a strategic approach. Yeah. Go on, Ralph.
Everything he said. No, jokes aside. Yes, I think there's maybe one aspect to add, or two aspects to add. I mean, number one, I started in this industry, someone who ran a team, right? So I'm, team here, or club. So they have been incredibly important to bring structure and to help actually players get access to tournaments. Because even though it's an open world and an open ecosystem and theoretically everyone can participate, it is not that easy in real life. Yeah. So giving players actually access, everything comes down to the players' training and all that stuff is one important thing. I think the other thing is what we're really good at in esports is creating content, right? We've really revolutionized the authenticity, the price point on how to create content, and a lot of things. We're not as good as yet is to tell stories. So, one of the things for the future we'll talk about many times is we need more stories. They need to be authentic. We're not trying to copy some traditional sports stuff. The Team Club Awards are one part of that initiative, to tell more stories about the content we're creating. It takes one line out of it, and we'll next year gonna not double down only, but triple down on it, and try to tell that story better. And I think that's one of the key aspects of it, and it's an experiment in a good way. It hasn't been done before, but to continue to create experiments which tell great stories, that's our job.
But also, I think if I can add on to that for a second, I think what's interesting there is so many groups, esports tournaments, look at the esports players as the product, and that's how they're treated. What we're trying to innovate here is say, you as a player are not our product. You are our key stakeholder. And if we can do right by you, we will get the best product out of it. And that's a change in mentality that we want to take into the future. So it's not just about come, play, go home, come, watch, go home, and really make an enhanced stream that people want to watch live or watch later, but creating an experience that people want to be a part of on location, where being at the location is better than watching it on home on a stream. So.
Yeah, like you say, those incentives really need to happen. There's a lot of ideas that have been bandied about throughout the day today, actually, on how we can create a bigger community, how esports and tournaments can resonate more with people who don't necessarily know about it or they want to get more out of it. Loads of stadiums in the UK, I can't talk about the rest of the world, not loads, but I think 3 have been built over the over the past few years, and it would be really nice for companies to incentivize people to come there, and I don't think they've quite nailed that yet, but the infrastructure is there, it's waiting to go. Still incredibly popular, but there's some work cut out. And talking of that, we're talking about kind of the multifaceted nature of Gamers 8. So the integration of live music, game development workshops, range of activities, all of these things essentially sets Gamers 8 apart from other esports events. And so my question is, how do you curate this blend? And how crucial is this holistic approach to the success of the festival? Because it makes it more accessible to everyone, doesn't it? It's not just kind of sitting there watching a tournament. There's just so many elements of it, and that is going to help it make it more reachable to other people.
The idea is to create a place that you can come to and spend all day there. There's F&B, there's education, there's arcades, there's fun and games. It's a place where my son can come and have fun and spend the whole day. I can go watch the esports. There's so much going on that it becomes an experience and not just a tournament. And not just that, but the players themselves. They're not just there, they play, and then they're shipped off when they lose. They're still a part of the festival. There's meet and greets. Get to meet your community. Let's lift up their spirits after they've lost. Let's showcase the champions when they've won. Give them that proof point that they need. Let's try and do something that's more holistic. And that's the way we're looking at the whole industry, is we're not trying to do just one thing. But how can we look at this as an industry, as gaming, and as esports holistically, and really create what we talk about, is creating a global hub for gaming and esports, a central point between East and West, a point where people want to come to, and where the question is no longer why, but why not?
And maybe a technical aspect. Again, everything you said. But maybe a technical aspect to add, it's all of these tournaments are basically all day, right? So it's a 6, 7, 8 hours show, and as much of an esports nerd I am, right? There's, you don't watch it for 8 hours in a row. So it's really, as you said, the word, the festival, right? It's not just one match, a final of where you go to and then leave, but it's hopefully something you travel for at least a weekend, maybe a week, and experience the tournament as a core. That should be the why. But you need more than one why for a whole day.
I think that's a fantastic approach to an event, to an esports-based event, and it opens up how people experience it. And I go to a lot of music festivals, for example. Sometimes it's not about what's on stage. It's just about the vibe. It's about being there. It's about the tent that's doing something completely different. And I love that you're bringing that approach to Gamers 8. And I think that a lot of tournaments, a lot of events, not just in the gaming industry, could really take note from that. Because like you say, you want people to be there all day, kind of envelop themselves in the content. And it's not just about that star crucial thing, which is the tournament in this case. But, you're still learning along the way. And who knows, in the next few years, you'll be lining up and going to that tournament and waiting to see the actual games, the playing, rather than the other stuff that you came to see the years before.
I have a snarky story around this. So we were
Please share, Ralph,
walking
please.
yesterday down the boulevard, and Michel Blischartz, who's SVP of product at ESL, who's been the mastermind of a lot of the storytelling. We're discussing sports and exactly the point we're having. And brainstorming this is our daily belief. And then we were talking about American sports, and they are obviously by far the best in creating the entertainment around it. And the snarky comment and result was they have to do it because the sport itself is so boring. So the packaging needs to be as good, right? So I know, that's a joke, right?
Yeah.
But a little bit to that, right? If you have a great product, then you usually don't need to focus so much about the around. But if you have a full day and a full week and want to get really people travel along the world, to have a fantastic package around it just makes it better, and we can see this here today as well.
Yeah, exactly. So clearly Saudi Arabia's significant investments in the esports ecosystem are going beyond just events as well. So could you elaborate on the holistic strategies being employed to uplift every aspect of the esports value chain, from players to publishers?
Well, again, what we're looking at is that, as you said, holistic view of things. So, when you look around the world, there are places that are focused on esports, or places that are focused on game creation, or events, and we thought, how can we use our positioning in the world to really bring all of that together and focus on the whole industry holistically and build? We have a population that 68% of the population of Saudi Arabia believes that they are gamers, that they are gamers in their core. Now, if that's the population we're working with, they have that passion. We have to give them the tools to be able to do something with that. When you talk about diversification of the economy, there are so many career paths within gaming. It is unbelievable, but people don't realize that. Whatever passion you have, whatever you are good at, are you a lawyer, are you finance, are you production, are you good at talking, are you, a gamer? Whatever you do, there is a career path within gaming. You don't have to exclude both parts or passions of your life. And to be able to showcase that and say, we are going to give you the tools, and we want you to take that mantle and really grow into what this can be. Put the tools out there and then get out of the way. And so we're focused. We have, Steer Gaming, which is the PIF subsidiary of Savvy. It's great game creation. We have a fund with the NDF to fund startups for GDP growth rather than profit generation. We have the investment fund as part of Savvy, which has looked at ESL Faceit, VSPO, Scopely, among many others. And if you put all of these things together and you look at the industry holistically and you think of all the words that have been using today, collaboration. If I told you 3 years ago, not 5 years ago, that there would be one tournament with CSGO, Call of Duty, Rainbow Six in the same tournament, that would have Street Fighter and Tekken in the same tournament, that would have all of these things, all of these game publishers that have are in the same field, in the same tournament together, you'd have told me I was crazy. And yet they're all working together. They're starting to grow. And this is, that mythical place called the metaverse, which is a term I hate. People talk about it a lot. And I say, in gaming, we've had the metaverse for 25 years. This is where we get together, where we have our commerce, we have our conversations, we have our get-togethers. We bring people together. And where that transforms into what the talking heads think of as the metaverse is when the game publishers can start to come together as well, where you can create something in CSGO and purchase and buy it in Rainbow Six, where you can, get a skin in League of Legends and use it in Dota 2.
Yeah.
That's when you start to create that metaverse that everyone else is talking about. But for now, it's our exclusive club as gamers, which I'm really enjoying. But again, the collaboration, bringing together VSPO and ESL to work together in the same event is an amazing thing to see.
Yeah.
That transfer of information, that bringing of people together, letting people come here and see who we are and what we're doing in person, rather than just listening to me or listening to others. And that's one of the most amazing things, is this is a people-first industry. And if you can focus on that, then everything else will come.
Yeah, yeah, and that, like you say, that word collaboration, it keeps coming up time and time again. It's happening now, but to your point, there's so much more potential for this collaborative element to still infiltrate the gaming space. And if I can see buying skins or things in different games crossing over, I feel that they might not come, but you never know, right? I want to move on now to acquisitions, so probably for you, Danny and Ralph. The Savvy Games Group's acquisitions of industry giants like EFG and investments into VSPO represent significant strategic moves in the esports landscape. So besides making big moves in the esports space, how have these acquisitions shaped the direction of Gamers 8, and what synergies do they bring to enhance the festival?
I was going to say everything that they just said. An open, collaborative, how multifaceted this whole industry is, and how I love the word you use, holistic. You describe the experience at Gamers 8 as holistic. Now, as we look at esports today, gaming today, I mean, we talk about the importance of storytelling, and then the music component of it, and every component of it. It really takes more than just one party, or even just one industry, because at the essence of it, at the core of it, esports is an experience that brings people together. It's a connecting experiences, just like movie, just like music, just like when we play games together. And then so if you think from that perspective, rather than just looking at where we are today, the definition of the industries today, rather to where it could be. I mean, Your Highness alluded to some of that. If we think along that path, actually we need more players together. We need more builders collectively to build this, not just in esports. I mean, we used to be competitors. Now we're family under the Savvy umbrella. Not just the tournament organizers, but game companies as well, and I'm sure other ecosystem players that are in the pipeline as well. We need a lot of people to build that holistic experience to connect people, especially, I mean, unfortunately, our world is not as connected as it used to be with all the political tension and all that's happening. And there is that kind of distinction between the connection that we feel online, either through metaverse or the virtual space, or that between that experience and what we experience offline. So what we're doing through esports is kind of like the merger between the two experiences. Your gaming experiences in the virtual world, your experience of the competitions in the physical space, and how to marry that too. And in that process, if we really want to deliver what we think, what we aspire to, it requires a lot more holistic approaches from various different partners. So I think this is, again, just the beginning.
Yeah, yeah. Ralph, you got anything to add to that?
I mean, there's very few global sports if you really think about it. Most sports have, cricket is big in a handful of markets, but, non-existent in many others. Football is maybe the closest really to it, but it's not, huge everywhere. And we have the unique chance, a little bit to what Danny said exactly, to bring gamers together on the tournaments of the companies, but with Gamers 8 in a joint effort to one place in time. And that is not going to solve world peace, but it's going to be contributing to at least everyone talking to each other more.
Yeah, yeah. Danny, I've got a question for you on VSPO. So VSPO has enjoyed major success being the exclusive operator of many competitions. Not to mention the organization has accumulated extensive operating experience in Asia. So not to mention securing investments from Tencent and the Saudi Public Investment Fund. Been very busy. We are now in an era where we can see VSPO vying for global dominance in this space?
Ooh.
Serious question.
No. Short answer is no. Long answer is I don't think any of us could do it. Not that we're not strong, but I do think the industry needs collaboration. I mean, that's a key word that's been resonating throughout the stage today. That we are all part of this global mission together. And I think it's fortunate for the industry that we have leaders like Saudi Arabia that's leading the effort here, this global mission to create really the sports of the future, the next generation. But how do we actually deliver? How do we bring that future forward? How do we use esports through that experience to connect more people together? I mean, that's not something that any single company can accomplish on its own. And then I think it takes collaboration.
Yeah.
It takes that holistic approach. It takes us sometimes thinking at a more consensus level on bring the future forward rather than just purely from a business and commercial perspective.
Yeah, and I think the work that's being done here in this realm, in the kingdom, is case in point. You know, I came here for this Next World Forum last year, and you know, being well versed in the esports space in other parts of the world, but I was so impressed by just how, again, don't want to keep repeating ourselves, but how collaborative it was. The government's so involved, how all these different bodies and agencies are you know, it's not kind of separately siloed. Everyone's working together to the same common goal, and it's not something that you see very often in other territories. I think a lot of countries, a lot of territories could really learn if they want the esports in their countries and their territories to be top of the game. They could learn a lot from what's going on here. It's really, really impressive, actually.
And maybe to add there, right, something that we all miss and never think about is that traditional sports is heavily government subsidized across the world, right? Some places it's done by colleges primarily, in some places it's done by the local cities, but there is not a single place where, you know, sports is not, you know, directly intertwined with society at large.
Yeah.
And to be honest, you know, Saudi Arabia, Your Royal Highness, are the first place in the world who radically adopted this for video games and esports, and who can rightfully claim themselves a leader. And without spoiling too much, you know, I might know too much, but you know, this is not the end.
It's just the beginning. And it's where really that we're bringing the West and the East together, and we're building a global vision together. This is not the end, this is only the beginning.
And I think also something that we haven't talked about today is we're talking about all the, you know, the collaboration, the ambition, when we talk about esports, when we talk about Gamers 8. But one other aspect that we're all looking at is from the national level. So you're talking about national federations around the world. You're talking about international federations. And how can we start to come together to unify as a global community of grassroots, of growth, unify what we're doing on the national federation level, international federation level, regional federation level with the publishers to make sure we're all moving on the same path as well.
Yeah.
And one of the conversations that I constantly have with people ask me about the Olympic movement. And, you know, there are people on one side that say the Olympic movement needs esports. They need to get younger, and people say, well, esports needs the Olympic movement because they need the legitimacy of real sport. And they need, to be honest, none of them are right.
I know.
The fact of the matter is no one needs the other. But these athletes that are out there training every day and working their butts off to become the best in the world deserve to be on the same platform as all the other athletes. And that's what it should be about. And so the more we can work together as national federations, as international federations, with the IOC, with the publishers, we can start to create this community where these athletes have the same recognition as other athletes in every other sport, and people can start to see that the work that they put in, whether it's physical health, whether it's mental health, social health, you know, the time spent training, the time that they've given up to build what they've built. I mean, it's an inspiration to work with these young men and women every single day.
Well, I mean, there are so many similarities, isn't it? But I think just on paper, at face value, people look at gamers and they look at, you know, conventional, traditional athletes and think, you two aren't the same. But it's like so many, the kind of leadership, camaraderie, the training, the health, the wellness. It's just different depending on, like any kind of sport. The difference between golf and basketball, or basketball and football, for example, you know?
Something we say in Saudi a lot. It's same, but different.
Yeah. And finally, gang, as we look to the future, how do you envision the kingdom further solidifying its role as a pioneering hub for esports and gaming? And what message would you like to convey to the global community about Saudi Arabia's commitment to this dynamic sector? Just to round off this session nicely.
Well, for me, it would be ending the way we started. As long as we can keep our finger on the pulse of the community, not just the Saudi community, but the global community, and do right by them, then we will stay ahead of the curve. And I constantly get asked, you know, what worries you? What challenges do you foresee? I said, the only thing that keeps me up at night is making sure that we are staying ahead of the curve, not falling behind. And the moment you get comfortable in your position, and you think of yourself as a pioneer, or you think of yourself as an innovator, you've lost it.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that at every step of the way, we're reminding ourselves that there was a plaque that my father used to have in the house that said, the more I think I know, the less I know I know. So just to remember that I know I don't know enough. And as long as we try to figure out what we don't know, and keep our pulse on the people who will tell us straight up exactly where we are and exactly where we need to go, then I think we'll be doing right.
Yeah, it's an industry that certainly keeps you on your toes, isn't it? There's no room for complacency. You achieve one accolade and one major milestone. It's like, right, on to the next one, because it's going to keep evolving and keep moving. And I, for one, will be keeping a firm eye on what's happening here in the region, and obviously all the rest of the world as well, because it's such an exciting time. So thank you for that last sentiment. If you've got anything to add, let me know now, or I will wrap this up.
Or forever hold your peace.
Yeah. Nothing to add. Well done. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Right, join me in giving my brilliant panelists a great round of applause. His Royal Highness, Danny and Ralph. Thank you so much. If you'd like to lead that way. Thank you. Thanks, doll. All right. Well, that brings us to our final... That was our final panel of the day, but the day is far from over. Ralph's still got his phone. You're lucky, 5 more seconds, that would have been mine. Now, we are going to take I say very short coffee break. It's a bit longer than short. But we will be back at 4:15. Now, I've been teasing this all day. We've got something very exciting happening here on this stage very, very shortly. So go and grab some coffee, go and stretch your legs, but please make sure you're back in this room by 1:15. I promise you, it will be worth the wait. And thank you once again to my brilliant panelists, and I shall see you soon.
You play well. But to see the future, you have to face a new challenge. Get ready. If you want to be a winner, you have to be a part of something bigger. Find a way to enter next world.
Wow. What a completely incredible show.
Like, I'm literally picking my jaw up off the floor. That's how good that was.
We were watching it backstage, and we were slightly regretted that we didn't come out front to watch it, because that was absolutely mind-blowing and really the culmination of what has been a completely incredible day. But what is even more exciting, Lucy, is that there is more to come.
Yes, there is more to come. We've been teasing you all day. This is part one of what we've been teasing. It's about to happen on this stage. I am, of course, talking about the Gamers 8 Rocket League, or the Gamers 8 Club Awards, sorry. I'd like to take this time to welcome our host on stage. He's the Gamers 8 Rocket League tournament host, and he was there, and now he's here on stage to join us. It's going to be an exciting half an hour. Awards are being given to really kind of celebrate the people, those esports superstars that have been doing great things.
Yeah, it's recognizing the incredible talents. Obviously, we had Gamers 8, just the culmination of Gamers 8 over the last few days. And what is brilliant is that Stax is going to be joining us right here on stage. He's a superstar in his own right, and we've been enjoying the sound of his voice over the last few days, and now you're going to enjoy his company, because he's going to be joining us right on stage. It's got something to do with this, apparently.
All will become clear very, very soon.
It will, indeed. I think we're ready.
On that note,
is Stax ready?
Stax is ready. All right, let's do this.
Let's do this. Welcome.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon. Yes, I am Stax, and it is my honor to introduce to you the 2023 Gamers 8 Club Awards. This revolutionary new contest takes competition in esports to the next level. While players and teams are competing for $45 million in prizing, the clubs themselves are also in a competition of their own. We put a quick little explainer video to show you exactly how all of this works. Take a look.
Welcome to the Gamers 8 Club Awards, where teams go above and beyond just simply lifting trophies. Recognizing excellence in esports, over 12 iconic titles, featuring over 117 different nationalities. A total of 179 teams from around the world took part in this year's Gamers 8. But to be eligible for the Club Awards, the organizations had to reach top 8 in at least 2 game titles. Left us with 29 names in line for the awards. But only the top 8 would split the staggering $5 million prize pool. Join us as we witness the rise of the gaming elite at the Gamers 8 Club Awards. It's time to see exactly who our winners are.
You realize you do make a better door than a window, right? Okay. Now let's meet our third place clubs. Words are hard. Actually, we've got 2 of them. So we're going to introduce our top 4, because we had a tie in third place between Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality. Gladiators brought plenty of competition to Gamers 8 this year, highlighted by Kami's Fortnite MVP performance and Team Vitality's CSGO team and Rocket League teams combined in just the final 2 weeks to propel themselves up the leaderboard into third place. Let's relive their full Gamers 8 journeys.
The celebration of excellence that is the Club Awards. It's time to take a closer look at the top 3 organisations that battled throughout this year's Gamers 8. Or should we say 4, as in third place we already have a tie. Right off the bat, Gaming Gladiators earned some serious points with the help of their Fortnite star, Kami, who paired with another Polish player, Yapko, to absolutely dominate the tournament. Top 4 spots throughout all 3 days of competition meant that the duo was unmatched, but due to Yapko representing Twisted Minds, only 25 points were awarded to the Gaming Gladiators in the Club Awards race. But that was just the beginning, as next came PUBG Mobile World Invitational. Numerous top 4 placements in the span of 18 rounds meant that Gaming Gladiators managed to secure a 3rd place finish in the overall ranking, which, as a result, awarded them another 20 juicy points in the race. But if that wasn't juicy enough, let's also talk about Dota 2 and the Riyadh Masters. Even though they struggled a bit during the group stage and then were knocked down to the playoffs lower bracket, the team soldiered on all the way to the lower bracket semi-final, where they were finally stopped by Talon Esports, managing to secure crucial 10 points. And that's how Gaming Gladiators managed to earn their spot by scoring points throughout 3 exciting titles. Now it's time to move on to the bees themselves, Team Vitality. They came in like a wrecking ball into the CSGO tournament. They 2-0'd MIBR and the mighty Na'Vi, only to later halt G2 in the semi-final. Quite a feat, but they were not done yet, as ENCE was the final boss. But Vitality is the current #1 team for a reason that shined in the grand final as they conquered ENCE 2-1 and bagged a hefty 50 points in the Club Awards race. The organisation needed one more game though to be considered as one of the top contenders, and only Rocket League was left. So, what did Vitality do? Just what one of the favourites would, by scoring W's. And it was all W's in the group stage, and they didn't drop a single map. However, the tables turned in the quarter-final. Nevertheless, Vitality's Rocket League run earned them 5 points, and thus, with just 2 titles, they managed to secure a spot alongside Gaming Gladiators as one of the finest clubs present at this year's Gamers 8.
Congratulations once again to Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality. Our runner-up this year is Team BDS. The Gamers 8 Rainbow Six Siege champions have been a prominent fixture in a golden era for French esports alongside Vitality and Carmine Corp. They've had a busy couple of months here in Riyadh, and we've assembled some of their highlights for you.
Among the many talented teams present, one group stood out from the rest of our finalists, Team BDS. Their opponents took points across 4 game titles, where the Swiss-French organisation managed to secure victories in just 2, Rainbow Six and Rocket League. When it comes to Rainbow Six, the world already knows what they are capable of. Best example, their win at last year's Gamers 8. This time, it was a bit different. Since making it as the European qualifiers, most of the people have complained about their current form. Against all the odds, they proved everyone wrong. When the tournament gathered pace, BDS looked better and better with every clash. After winning every game in Group B, they qualified for the playoffs, where the first one to go was the Saudi team Falcons.
C4 goes up, Rede does it again!
Despite the fact the grand final was a best of 5, it took them only 3 games to lift the trophy once again, making them back-to-back winners at Gamers 8, which in fact provided them 50 Club Awards points. Then it was time for Rocket League. After winning both of their games in their group, Team BDS unsurprisingly qualified for the playoffs. Everything looked smooth and easy until the quarter-finals. After their win over the Brazilian team Furia, it was sure BDS was going all in. At least, we thought so, because after all, they hit the wall, and their run was stopped by Rule 1 in a 4-1 game. Fortunately for Team BDS, it was enough to get the extra 15 points in our ranking, thus helping them secure 2nd spot in the Gamers 8 2023 Club Awards.
And a well-deserved congratulations once again to our runner-up Team BDS. And now we move on to our #1 club. This year, the Club Awards added an extra layer of drama to esports' most exciting game. Now, I may be a little bit biased there, but I'm the one with the microphone. 3 clubs were in the running for the top spot in the Club Awards. And it wasn't until the final night of competition that the top spot on the leaderboard was finally secured. Let's have a look at how this year's champions rose to the top.
The last team on our Club Rank Awards hit the ground running from day one. Despite 44 duos participating in the Gamers 8 Fortnite 2023, there was one that we have to mention. Twisted Minds had their representative in the form of Yapko, who with the help of his Polish fellow Kami from Gaming Gladiators, simply tore the Gamers 8 Fortnite stage apart. They pulled their win by hitting 4 top spots throughout all 3 days of competition, but since it was a mixed duo, only 25 points in the Club Rank Awards race for Twisted Minds have been awarded. Another title where the Saudi organisation managed to scrape out some points was Tekken. On the way to bagging the $500,000 prize, Sadiq and his teammates had to beat Korean player Nee, the highest earning Tekken player of all time. Let's not forget, the most international finals end up a slog between players from both countries, and this time was no different. Luckily, it was Pakistan's Fate Atif who delivered the final blow, helping to win the Nations Cup by Pakistan, as well as bringing almost 17 points to the table for Twisted Minds. Classic's run in StarCraft 2 didn't come out the way he wanted. He managed to win all 3 rounds in the group stage, including the win over Raynor, followed by a loss to his fellow citizen Cure in the quarterfinals. This still is quite an achievement because both Cure and Raynor became the finalists. His 5th to 8th place still led Classic to earn not only 5 points for the org, but also a crazy good Best Game Award. Last but not least, the PUBG Global Series popped in where the Middle East club showed their claws. After a pretty harsh beginning, Twisted Minds had to turn the tables in the losers bracket stage. Nevertheless, they ploughed through 12 rounds like a storm. They kept their form later on, but there was one team who managed to beat them in the final round. This meant the Russian and Ukrainian roster had to settle for 2nd place, which still gave them a crucial 35 points. And there you have it. By scoring points through 4 different game titles, Twisted Minds are crowned the #1 team in the historic Gamers 8 2023 Club Awards.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2023 Gamers 8 Club Award champions, Twisted Minds. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your Gamers 8 Club Awards champions, Twisted Minds. Thanks for holding that. I appreciate it. That is it for the 2023 Gamers 8 Club Awards. Hope you enjoyed that presentation. If you did, my name is Stax. If you didn't, my name is Fancy. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Georgia and Lucy back to the stage.
Excellent work there, Stax, and a huge, huge congratulations to Twisted Mind. Can't believe we're closing the show.
I can't believe that they just won $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Wowee!
My parents owe me. They told me to stop playing games all the time when I was younger. They owe me a lot.
They should have been watching this. In fact, we can send them the video because actually everything today, thank goodness, because my brain is full, has been live streamed. So if you want to check it all out again, you just need to go to nextworld.sa and check it out there. Obviously, everyone has been joining the community online, as you would expect, as well. Make sure if you have any photographs, for example, of this incredible show that we just had a minute ago, make sure you upload those with the hashtag, which is, as you'd expect, Next World Forum. But, I mean, huge congratulations to all of those winners that Stax just announced.
Absolutely. To BDS and to Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality. And just another shout out to Stax, because he is great, isn't he? And that voice.
Where's Stax?
Yes.
We love you. He's going to hide backstage.
So now that's the awards wrapped, I've honestly got to say, what a day we've had. It's been brilliant, hasn't it?
It really has been brilliant. You know, we've launched the second edition of the Next World Forum. As you knew from the start, it is a 2-day event, though, and we have a huge amount to look forward to tomorrow.
Oh, yes, it is hard to believe it, but we have got a whole another day for you tomorrow, and we've got a fantastic day planned. But, you know, it's Next World Forum. You can't expect anything less. So we've got quite a few controversial sessions, including one on why we don't see women in leadership roles, and another one looking at the impact of artificial intelligence. And frankly, whether or not it's going to render game developers obsolete. So a lot of controversy on the stage tomorrow. We also have some less controversial sessions too on the Plexus Pavilion stage. Navigating gaming and esports journalism in the new digital era is one I'm particularly looking forward to, and how Web3 gaming pays the players. And when you're at the Plex Pavilion stage, you can also fire questions at the speakers as well. So a bit of interaction is offered there if you want it.
Yeah, as you head towards the Plexus Pavilion, I don't know, maybe you just came and hung out with us here on the main stage, but there's a huge amount going on around the outside as well. There's a Gamers 8 sort of exhibition to us. It's over there somewhere. And then, of course, you can go and have a likeness made of yourself, an artificial likeness, an avatar, and maybe you might want to load that up onto onto your social media account as well. So go check out that area as well. Plus, just along the corridor, there's this awesome sort of gallery of old games consoles. So you can take a bit of a trip down memory lane. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring today's session to a close. So get out there, network like crazy, get a good night's sleep, and we'll see you back right here in Riyadh at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be here. You better be too. Thank you.
Yeah.